The course is now closed for testing. The course is now closed for testing. Attention to the pits. One boat is going to take a lap. One boat is going to take a lap. That will be the last lap of testing, and as soon as the girls are ready on the barge, we will start testing. Let's start getting Sea Service Hydro into the water. Sea Service Hydro, start getting your way to the water. Once again, first flight personnel, we need you on the water immediately. Turn judges, Doug Hall and Jackson Hall. Ethan Fox, Nick Thurlby, Flagger, Camden Vasquez. Towboat, Ike Yoder. Towboat, Pete Nightall. Sea Service Hydro should be in the water. K Pro Hydro, you're on deck. Well, folks, thanks again for coming out for day 3 of the DePue Boat Races, the Pro National Championships We will crown 11 national champions today. We have 32, yes, 32 heats of racing. It is going to be a busy day. It's going to be a good day. Sea Service Hydro should be in the water. Sea Service Hydro should be in the water. Sea Service Hydro, you have a minute. You have a minute until we call it. We have had a weekend filled with rain. We've had a weekend filled with wind. Although we still have yet to see the sunshine today, it looks like the forecast is clear. We should at least stay dry for day 3 of the Pro National Championships. Once again, 11 champions will be crowned today. We will have 32 heats of racing, 3 different flights. Starting off, we will see the Sea Service Hydro, followed by the K-Pro Hydro and the 700 Runabout. Later on today, in the second flight, we will see the 1100 Runabout, the 125 Hydro, the AX Runabout, and the 700 Hydro. In the third and final fleet, we will see the 250 Hydro, the 350 Runabout, the K-Pro Runabout, and the 1100 Hydro. Once again, 11 classes, 32 heats, trying to play some catch-up from yesterday. We want to thank every one of our vendors, every one of the spectators, all the churches in the area for working with us to get us approved for an earlier start time on this Sunday. We're going to be running some of these races a little bit earlier than what we're used to. A long day ahead of us, but a fun day, as we are just a couple moments away from the first call, and we will be going racing shortly. Attention in the second flight. Attention in the second flight. We have a slight schedule change. In the second flight, the order will run 1100 Runabout, 125 Hydro. This is where the change comes into play. The third heat in the second flight will be 700 Hydro, and AX Runabout will run the fourth heat. We have a switch between 700 Hydro and AX Runabout. That's all for the second flight. Hopefully throughout the day today, we'll see some sunshine starting to peek through. We saw some early this morning. I see some more towards the east currently right now. Hopefully that moves over, and hopefully we'll have some sun, and hopefully we'll have some warmer temperatures as well. Just another reminder, it's early in the morning. You got to fuel your day with some breakfast. Head on over to any of the vendors, including the DePue Men's Club Shelter. They will have food all day long, cheeseburgers, hot dogs, and a whole lot more. The vendors, you have taco trucks, Philly trucks, pretzel trucks, ice cream trucks, all of the above that are sitting back out on the street. Make sure to pay them a visit. 50/50 raffle will be heading through the park. Make sure to buy your tickets for the 50/50 raffle. And once again, Day 3 will be streaming live and broadcasting live on Clutch Sports Media. You can watch it on their YouTube page. You can watch it on their YouTube page, Clutch Sports Media. 30-4 for the Sea Service Hydro. 30-4 for the Sea Service Hydro as we are getting set for racing on this Sunday. An earlier start, 11 classes and 32 heats coming your way. We will start with the Sea Service Hydro. Out there in R61, we've called his name quite a bit this weekend, coming from Bend, Oregon. It's going to be Alan Thorson. Mike Ellison will be out there in Wrightstown, Wisconsin in the V113. Doug Martin in R6 from Black Diamond, Washington. And Nick Wataka from East Bethel, Minnesota in the S52. Well, these Sea Service Hydros are out for the first class today. K-Pro Hydros should be in the water. K-Pro Hydros should be in the water, ready to go. Looking for a lot better fortune today than what we had yesterday. Out there in the yellow and blue V113, that's Mike Ellison. The white R6 is Doug Martin coming from Black Diamond, Washington. Doug Martin has won 2 national titles so far this weekend. He will look, actually, I beg your pardon, Doug Martin's in the black and red R6. That's Alan Thorson in the white R61. But Doug Martin has already won 2 titles this weekend. He will look to go for the hat trick, as we still have 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. K-Pro's in the water. K-Pro Hydro in the water. .145 until racing. It's milling time. All these boats getting themselves ready. As soon as that 1 minute gun fires, you'll start seeing the race before the race as they line up and start heading on out. There's the 1 minute gun. White flag is out on the race course. Official start time today was 10:15. Still a little chilly on this Sunday morning, but we have 32 heats of racing to come your way. We started off with the Sea Service Hydro. These 4 boats will be going out 3 different times as they will try to accumulate points for a national champion. The front runner in a lot of these antique classes have been Doug Martin. Again, he's already won 2 national titles. He'll look for a 3rd. Alan Thorson has given him a good run for his money. A.k.a. Nick Wataka or Mike Ellison come away with the upset. Down to 13 seconds on the clock as they all line up, approaching that 500-foot buoy. That's the chute. They have picked their lanes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There they go. Racing has begun on this Sunday. And on the outside, it's Doug Martin who pulls out in front. Inside is Alan Thorson. 2 boats sandwiched between is Mike Ellison and Nick Wataka. It is a good start. All boats are legal. All boats are legal. Pulling ahead from the middle lane, that's Mike Ellison down that back straightaway. Both Thorson and Martin gaining ground on the inside and outside. Thorson on the inside takes the advantage. Martin on the outside moves into second. Ellison moves back to third. Watauga sits behind the pack in fourth. Comes around turn number 2. All 3 boats still lined up. It's going to be a fun final 2 laps for these Sea Service Hydros as they make it break for home. Thorson and Martin, that's been the rivalry all weekend long. As it's Martin who pulls out on the inside. Or excuse me, that's Thorson who pulls out on the inside. Alan Thorson has the inside lane, has the advantage, pulls out ahead of Doug Martin. Mike Ellison sits back at third, down but not quite out. Heading down the backstretch. First, second, and third place boats all equally distanced from one another. They take a turn into turn number 2. Here they come out of it. They're looking for the white flag, signaling the final lap of the race. On to lap number 3 they go. Alan Thorson still leading the way. It's Doug Martin in the black boat on the outside trying to gain ground. As Thorson spins into turn number 1. Martin swings out wide. He's going to try to take the outside speed to catch up to Alan Thorson, but it's Alan Thorson who's playing the nice defense. Martin giving Thorson chase. Thorson's had a couple of second place podium finishes. He's coming in today with a chip on his shoulder. Final turn, it's Martin who's gaining ground on the outside. Thorson still holds the inside advantage. It's going to be a drag race as they come out of turn number 2. Checkered flag inside. It's Thorson who's pulling ahead, and it's Thorson who appears to be your victor in the first heat. Doug Martin gave him a run for his money, but it's Alan Thorson who's able to fend him off. Ellison in third. Watauga rounds us out in fourth. A fun heat of racing to open up the day. And it's Alan Thorson who gets the best this time of Doug Martin in the first heat. K-Pro Hydro should be in the water. K-Pro Hydro should be in the water. And as always here, Lake DePue, it's a great pleasure to give it over to one of my broadcasting partners today. He'll be calling the AX and the K-Pro races throughout the day. The man, the myth, the legend, Ray Rada.
Good morning and welcome to the APBA National Championships here at beautiful Lake DePue with the DePue Men's Club and the U.S. Title Series. We appreciate you being here so early in the morning. We're going to give you, as been talked about, 32 heats of racing today. This is going to kick off our youngsters in the K-Pro division with Jonathan Perez from Spring Valley, Illinois. He'll be in the white boat 7. Race Bosnick out of Williamsfield, Illinois. He'll be in the white 29V. Carson Fierick out of Hessel, Michigan, 30 to the 3 for K-Pro. And Bree Gibson out of Washington, Illinois, she'll be in the clear deck 1W. These are youngsters. They can start at 9 years of age. They can go all the way up till their 17th birthday, but I can promise you by the time they turn 15, they're ready to go to the 125s in a hurry. Green flag on the race course, guys. Bree Gibson now going out on the water, along with Carson Fierick. Race Bosnick and Jonathan Perez. These boats are about 9 feet in length, running about 50 to 52 miles an hour. And believe me, when they're that close to the water, over 50 miles an hour is something to behold. I was standing next to Race Bosnick the other day, and he is so tall. I said to him, I said, "Are your feet touching the transom?" Absolutely. $700s to the water, please. $700s to the water. These youngsters learning all the safety rules, all the starting rules. Just a great place for them to start with Race Bosnick, his dad, Paulie Bosnick, who's won many championships here at Lake DePue, and his grandpa, Big Pal, standing right here in front of the PA booth, watching his grandson race, ready to go. Let me give a shout out to my Holy Buckets gals down there. We appreciate all the help and the work. So we'll give you another couple of Holy Buckets. My thanks to Linda for the tag that she put together. I'll treasure that one. Thank you. All right, we're getting ready to go. White flag now. That means they've got 1 minute now till the start. Again, they'll all gather to the backstretch. They have to have all three of the buoys on their left as they go through the bottom corner. And they're looking up at that electric clock, which is counting down to 0. Of course, if they get across before 0, they are automatically disqualified and receive no points. Yesterday, we had a number of drivers that ended up jumping the gun as they get ready to go. Now, it looks like they're a little early. That first boat is really edging around the corner slowly. That's not too bad of a deal for these particular engines, but when you do that with the big pro engines, they load up really quick with all the fuel not able to burn off. Here they come, all 4 of them on a line. Up the front straightaway now. Jonathan Perez, then Carson Fierick. Jonathan out front. Bree Gibson now on the outside, trying to grab that third spot. Down the backstretch they'll go. Jonathan trying to duplicate what his young brother did the other day in the 125 runabout. And here comes Joe right there. Jonathan now through that bottom corner. Fierick right in behind him. Race able to hold off Bree for that third spot. They'll run 3 laps as they complete lap number 1. Fierick on the inside now with Jonathan still trying to hold him off, but Carson doesn't know. Well, there's Carson out front now as Jonathan unfortunately going for a ride instead of points, with Race Bosnick in second and Bree Gibson out of Washington, Illinois in that third spot. It's great to see Carson back racing again, as he had broke his arm in an accident earlier, and it's just great to see this young man out front and pedaling as fast as he can, as he again won the AX Hydro yesterday for the North American Championship. As Carson now comes through the bottom corner, he'll be looking for the checkered flag to put it away. And heat number 1 with 400 points, Carson Fierick, your winner. Looks like Ray Sposnick is going to finish in that second spot, and Bree Gibson will finish in the third spot. Now they'll come in, they have to be weighed, they have to have the engines checked, and then we'll know for sure that Carson won that first heat. With that, we'll turn the mic back over.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind everybody the food stands up and down Lake Street are open, as well as the DePue Men's Club food stands. And just a reminder, if you walked out of here and didn't check your 50-50 number, the last check was that it was not claimed, so hope you didn't throw any away. You might want to check to see if you've got a nice little check coming.
700 runabouts should be in the water. 700 runabouts should be in the water, ready to get themselves going. These 700 runabouts, they may be a fan favorite out on this water. These runabout boats, a V-shaped bottom, kneel-down boats. We will see 6 drivers making their way out on the water. These speeds will be reaching close to 100 miles per hour, the 700 runabouts. We will see an R71 from Lake Stevens, Washington, Mitchell Sampson. From Springfield, Illinois, Brady Brinkman in the boat, M44, 30 to the 3 for the 700 runabout. Let's get Sea Service Hydro to the water. Sea Service Hydro. Racers, beware. The backstretch is getting a little breezy, so remember to drive with your heads. Backstretch getting a little rough. Make sure that you're careful back there. Austin Vanover will be in boat 24 from Cincinnati, Ohio. Daniel Corpy from Virginia in K711. Andy Kurtz in M8 from Clio, Michigan. And Luke Bosker in M441 from Harbor Springs, Michigan. 6 boats will be out there racing up close to 90 to 100 miles an hour out on the water. In the green M44, it's Brady Brinkman. In the brown M8, that's Andy Kurtz. In the brown and green 24, it's Austin Vanover. In the gray R71, it's Mitchell Sampson. The neon green K711 is Daniel Corpy. And I believe the brown and red is Luke Bosker. Actually, excuse me. The neon green M441, that's Luke Bosker. The brown and red, that's K711. That's Daniel Corpy. So all 6 boats have made their way out there. Sea Service Hydro to the water. Sea Service Hydro to the water. When it comes to runabout boat racing, this is the highest class with just 1 in the pit. We're seeing the 1100 runabouts today, which is the highest class, and that's the class that you have a driver and a deck rider, 2 in the boat. Inside a minute. Austin Vanover, who's had his fair share of national titles on this water, including one on Friday and one of the antique classes. Luke Bosker, the youngster, just a few years now in the title series, who has dominated. And the chances he's gotten, Andy Kurtz, who's been steady in his career in pro racing for both the runabout and some of the capsules that he used to run back in the day. Daniel Corpy, another younger guy. Brady Brinkman, a young guy. The future is bright. Here they come. down to 9 seconds. All entering the chute. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They're off, and they're all side by side, and it's Luke Bosker who pulls out in front. What a gear he just found. It's a good start. All boats are legal. They take into turn number 1. Bosker pulls away down the backstretch. Corpy is following him down the back straightaway as well. Sampson sits in third. Good start. All boats are legal. Bosker, the first one to head into turn number 2. Hugging the buoys tight. He shoots himself out of it down the front straightaway. It's Bosker and the rest of the pack. Second place is Corpy. Vanover sits in third. Sampson in fourth. Brakeman has fallen to the back of the pack. Andy Kurtz has gone down on that back straightaway. No points will be accumulated for Andy Kurtz. Then there were 5 on the water. Bosker on to lap number 3, maintaining his speed. Corpy in second, Vanover in third. Sampson back in fourth. Brinkman has fallen well behind in fifth. But look at the speeds of Luke Bosker. Just his second season in pro racing. And we mentioned he has dominated in every chance he gets. And he has dominated so far this first heat. He may have won it at the start with the white flag and one more lap to go. Bosker in first, Corpy in second, Vanover in third, Sampson in fourth, Brakeman back in fifth. First 4 boats all equally distanced. One last chance for Corpy to try to catch up to him. Spins it into turn number 2. Bosker rounds third. He heads home. Bosker with an incredible first heat and for a first place finish. Corpy in second. Battle for third. I think Vanover may have gotten the edge over Sampson. Official confirmation, Austin Vanover did get the edge over Mitchell Sampson for third place. Sampson went fourth. But, I mean, what a heat that was ran by Luke Bosker, who won it at the start. Sea Service Hydro should be in the water, ready to go. Last time out there, we saw Alan Thorson take a first-place finish as he was able to fend off Doug Martin, who came in second. Mike Ellison was there in the mix, but he crossed in third for 225. And Nick Wataka in a fourth place for 169. Sea Service Hydro should be ready to be coming back out on the water. And we have hit our first milestone today. We are under 30 heats of racing remaining. $30 to the 4 for the Sea Service Hydro. 30 to the 4 for the Sea Service Hydro. Alan Thorson, first place. Entering heat number 2, Doug Martin, second place. Mike Ellison in third, Nick Watonka in fourth. We'll call them as they come out of the pits here in just a few moments before the 4-minute gun. There it is. Green flag on the race course. And 4 minutes until the race for the Sea Service Hydro will begin. First one out in the yellow and blue, V113, that's Mike Ellison. The white R61 from Bend, Oregon, that's your leader, Alan Thorson. Doug Martin. And the black and red R6 makes his way out of the pits. Three of the 4 boats are out there. Nick Watonka has yet to join the party. Plenty of time to still get him fired up out there, though. He's running. The brown S52, Nick Watonka, 4 of 4 boats are out there. And a big second heat approaching. Two and a half minutes remaining on the clock. K-Pro Hydros should be in the water. K-Pro Hydros in the water. Inside a minute. These 4 boats line up down that back straightaway. Nice rivalry this weekend between Alan Thorson and Doug Martin in these T classes. They all come around turn number 2, getting set for their 3-lap race. Here they come. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They're off. And it's Ellison on the outside. Thorson's got the inside advantage. He takes the lead. Battle for second, third, and fourth between Watonka, Ellison, and Martin. It's a good start. All boats are legal. All boats are legal. Good start. Thorson turns and burns down the back straightaway. Ellison giving chase and gaining ground fast on the outside. Thorson fends him off. Martin moves into third. Wataka moves to the back. Into turn number 2. Here they come out of it. Thorson with the inside advantage. It's Ellison coming up quickly on the outside. Martin trying to make a comeback as well. Martin overtakes Ellison for seconds. Heads into turn number 2, or turn 1, excuse me. Makes way out of it. Ellison able to fend off Doug Martin. He remains in second. Down that back straightaway goes Alan Thorson, your front runner. Ellison, who's gaining ground quick on the inside. K-Pro Hydros, you're on deck. Get them in the water. Turns it round, turn number 2, comes out of it side by side, all these boats. It's still Thorson. Thorson pulling ahead, and it looks like somebody took a buoy with them. It's Thorson who's out in front. Martin moves into second. Wataka back at third. It was Mike Ellison. You can see he's got a buoy attached to him. Ellison was fighting for the inside. He came too far inside. We got a nice race between Thorson and Martin. It's Thorson on the inside. Martin's got the outside. Here they come. They're side by side. It's going to be a drag race. Checkered flag up in the air. Side by side. Thorson, Martin, too close to call it. We're wait confirmation from the judges' stand. Martin came up quick on the outside. Finish line.
This year's 2026 National Championships at Lake DePue. They're on sale by the big tree in front of the men's club's food shelter. And we'd like to remind you that, these are very popular items, and things are going pretty good. So if you haven't bought your souvenir hat or t-shirt yet, get up to the men's club t-shirt right in front of the men's club shelter. And make sure you get your right size, because you know what happens when you wait. You're going to take your 2 extra large size body and try to fit it into a men's small.
Confirmation in that Sea Service Hydro. The comeback from Doug Martin succeeds a first place finish. Thorson, who controlled the entirety of that heat, drops to second. Wataka in third. That gives us a first-place tie between Alan Thorson and Doug Martin. We've talked about it. They've been going head-to-head all weekend long in these antique classes. And they will be tied with 700 points ahead of the third heat. That'll be starting in just a few moments. But first, we will have the K-Pro Hydro. K-Pro Hydro should be in the water. We will replace a buoy on the course. And as soon as it is replaced, I'll throw the microphone over to the man, Ray Rada, to call the second heat of K-Pro.
Well, poor Michael Ellison, he couldn't say I didn't do it when that buoy was right on top of the boat as he came in off the shoreline. But as he came in, he's also thinking the checkbook's going to be a little bit lighter. Now we get ready for the second heat of the K-Pro division with Jonathan Perez in the white number 7. Ray Bosnick in the 29V, also a white boat. Jonathan out of Spring Valley, Illinois, and Ray Bosnick from Williamsfield, Illinois. Carson Ferrick, who won that first heat, will be in the 19M, also a white boat. And Bree Gibson, a young lady out of Washington, Illinois, in the 1W. You might remember Justin Gibson, her dad, has won a number of championships here at Lake DePue in the C racing and the C service runabout and hydro category. Again, these are youngsters. They're from 9 years of age up until the day before their 17th birthday. But again, they have to get to a point where they want to get a little bit faster. And so they'll move on to the 125 runabout and then eventually into the bigger classes. I was talking to Josh Kimball, who, of course, was right here in DePue. His son Shane won the 125 mod hydro championship up at Constantine, Michigan a week ago. And Josh said that Shane came back in and said, I don't want to run J anymore. That speed of the 125 was ready to go. All right, K-Pro, get in the water. K-Pro, please. Again, the K-Pro is our beginning category for our youngsters. But again, the speeds are over 50 to 55 miles an hour. And in a 9 or 10 foot boat, let me tell you, when you're that close to the water, the speeds, once you get over 50 miles an hour, the speed is actually feels like it's about 3 times what 50 miles an hour would be. If you've been in a pleasure boat or on a ski-doo and you're running close to 40, you know what that feels like, but add a number. All right, 30 to the 3, guys. 30 to the 3 for heat number 2. Carson Fierick with the 400 points. Ray Spozniak with 300. Bree Gibson with the 225. Unfortunately, Jonathan Perez had jumped the gun in that heat and received no points. All right, we've got all 4 of them on the water already as the green flag is just dropped. So they've got a couple of minutes now to mill around, check things out, make sure it's all running correctly. And then the 1 minute gun will fire and they'll be on the clock. They'll head over to the back stretch, come around all the buoys down in the bottom corner and head in a straight line. You can see a buoy down there just beyond the start-finish line. That second buoy is called the 500-foot buoy. Once they get to that buoy, they have to remain in a straight line as they come for the start, or they can be disqualified. We had that happen yesterday where one of the drivers kind of veered off from being straight and was again, guys, this is 3 heats of racing, as this is the national championship. So you will have 3 heats of K-Pro. The starts are very critical, and as you see these young drivers getting ready to go, some of them will take a run from that exit pin down in the bottom corner up to the starting line, and they're counting 1,001, 1,002, 1,003 to gauge how much time it takes to go from that bottom corner to the start-finish line. So they have a gauge at which they know if I can be here at this specific time with left on the clock, I can make sure I don't jump the gun, or I'm close as I can be to getting a good, the clock reaching 0 just before I get there. All right. Getting ready to come around that corner. We got one leading him up. A little bit early. Again, these guys can slow it off a little bit because the engine will not load up like the Pro engine does if you get it too far down on the RPM. Oh, boy. Hello, we're walking. Oh, we're going. And Carson Fierick takes off out of that start-finish line with Jonathan Perez on the outside, Bree Gibson in the middle, and Race Bosnick on the inside. Race now grabs that second spot with Bree Gibson in the third spot and Jonathan Perez. Jonathan showed some great speed in that first heat. Let's see if he can start to pick them off down the backstretch. Carson trying to add the K-Pro Championship to the North American Championship in the AX class that he won yesterday. Carson now through the bottom corner, completing lap number 1. Race Bosnick right behind him. Bree Gibson hanging on to that third spot with Jonathan Perez in the fourth spot. Jonathan put it back on the water. He got real high there coming down the straightaway. And believe me, these little K-Pros can blow him over as well. As now Carson out front with Race Bosnick in the second spot. Bree Gibson hanging on to that third spot, but she can hear the footsteps of Jonathan Perez as he goes up the backstretch, beginning to pull on the outside. Carson now will be looking for the white flag. 700s to the water, please. 700s to the water. Carson now with one more lap to go, trying to add a second championship here at Lake DePue. Race Bosnick in that second spot. Look at Jonathan Perez now. Jonathan up the outside takes the third spot. Goes a little wide on that corner, giving Bree the inside lane. Bree grabbed the lead again, but now here comes Jonathan. He's got a little bit more straightaway speed than what Bree has, but Bree had the corner just beautifully as she went through the corner hugging those buoys, with Race Bosnick just ahead of him in that second spot. But here comes Carson Fierick out of Michigan, headed toward that finish line and put another 400 points in the bank. Carson Fierick with 800 points now. Race Bosnick will finish in the second spot for 600 for a total. And it looks like Jonathan may have gotten by Breeze right at the end. But we'll wait for the call from the judges stand as to the winner. Now they'll all come back in. They have to be weighed again. The engines will be checked. And then we'll know for sure whether Carson won that heat again. With that, we're going to turn it back over to Jackson as we get ready now for the big 700 runabout.
Thank you, Ray. 700 runabout should be in the water, ready to go. Last time out there, we saw a great start between all 6 of these runabout boats, but it was Luke Bosker who showed off the speed early. With 400 points on his first place finish, he'll be coming back out there 30 to the 3 for the 700 runabout. Luke Bosker in the M441, the green boat. Daniel Corpy came in second in the K711 out of Virginia. Austin Vanover was in a tight battle with Mitchell Sampson for third. He got the edge for third place for 225. Sampson came in fourth for 169. Brinkman rounded us out at 127. Kurtz was not able to finish. There's the 3-minute gun, green flag, and these 700 runabouts are on the clock. First one out there, the brown and green, boat 24, that's Austin Vanover. The brown M8, Andy Kurtz comes out looking for some better fortune than his last time. The green M441, Luke Bosker, he's your leader. The green and blank M44, Brady Brakeman. The brown and red K711, Daniel Corpy. The gray R71, Mitchell Sampson. Andy Kurtz tried making his way out there. He got maybe just a couple 100 yards out. And looks like he could not keep it running. Kurtz. Down to 30 seconds. Here they come. Round turn 2. Some of them coming up a little early. They still have 7 seconds. They are way early, and they're going to have to lay way off. 3, 2, 1. They're off. We'll wait confirmation, but for now, we're calling it as it is, and it's Austin Vanover who's out in front. Vanover spins it out of turn number 1. There he goes down the backstretch. Corpy giving him chase. Looks like Corpy had some issues. He goes down on that back straightaway. Sampson has the inside. Bosker comes up on his outside. Here they come, going to lap number 2, and it's still Vanover leading the way. Sampson in second, Bosker back in third. In a class that started with 6 boats on the water, we are down to just half the field, 3 out there running. As Brinkman, Corpy, and Kurtz all had issues. Vanover in first, battle between second and third between Bosker and Sampson. Sampson's got the inside. Bosker on the outside, but Sampson has increased his lead. We do have a gun jumper. That first place boat, Austin Vanover, he's racing for fun. Austin Vanover jumped the gun. He may appear on first on the course, but instead he is DQ'd. Your first place boat actually sits Mitchell Sampson, who's back in the R71. Sampson comes out at turn number 1. There he goes down that back straightaway. Bosker giving him chase, but on the final lap, Sampson might be a distant memory. Mitchell Sampson rounds third, heads for home, checkered flag waved up in the air. Mitchell Sampson, a first place finish. Bosker comes across in second. Corpy, Brinkman, and Kurtz did not finish. Austin Vanover, boat 24, DQ'd for jumping the gun. Sea Service Hydro should be in the water. Sea Service Hydro should be in the water. Second flight. Volunteers, start heading to your positions. Turn judges Mike Greer, Mike Ellison, Chris Helston, and J.P. Jedwabney. The flagger is Brandon Payne. Towboat drivers Nick Watalka and Ralph Emmel, please start getting yourself to the seawall. Your barge personnel for the second flight. Sandy Nidal, Sherry Greaves, Bailey Birkland, Annette Bell, Kelly Nidal, Don Helston, and Sue Saylor. If you are not on the barge already, start making your way to the seawall so we can have a quick transition between flights. Once again, 700 runabout. First place, Mitchell Sampson. That puts him up to 569 on his total. Luke Bosker still leads with a first and a second place finish with 700 points. Daniel Corpy sits in third with 300, followed by Vanover in fourth for 225, and Brinkman in fifth for 127. Bosker, a top two finish in the 700 runabouts. Could put him at the top of the podium in the third and final heat. Attention, Leo Coran. Leo Coran, we have a personal item for you. You can head to the DePue Men's Shelter. Leo Coran, you have lost a personal belonging. We have it in possession. Head to the DePue Men's Club Shelter. Thank you. We have some cleanup work to do on the water.
Well, fans, as we get ready to run that third heat of K-Pro, I'd like to make you aware of a couple of things that are going on. Our referee is Scoop Trollian, and he has been involved in boat racing for many, many years, and we're grateful to have him as our referee. One of the things that he does with the youngsters is just incredible, as he puts together a program where they award academic excellent awards, and it's both based on their academics as well as the points that the drivers make during the year in boat racing. But the schooling is the most important part of it. But what Scoop does, he's got T-shirts that our folks over at Power Miss, Steve Fales, has put together with Scoopomaniac. And if you'd like to get one of those shirts, which then that funding goes directly into that excellence program. Once that shirt is sold, all of that funds are then directed toward the Academic Excellence Awards. Also, if you'd like to make a donation to that award for these youngsters, his email address is R.
Sea Service Hydro should be in the water, ready to go. Sea Service Hydro in the water. Volunteers and judge personnel for the second flight start getting to the seawall so we can have a smooth and quick transition. The sense of urgency has to be there.
Again, his email address is rp Trollian, TROLLIAN, at yahoo.com. So if you'd like to make a donation, all of the money, there's nothing that's taken out by Scoop. It's all donated back into this program of the Academic Excellence Award, the Scoopomaniacs Academic Excellence Awards. So if you'd like to donate, or if you'd like to buy a shirt, Scoop has got them, and we can get them to you, and that will help our students as they get ready for college, and it goes into their funds, so it's not directed as a reward, it's directed at schooling. So again, our thanks to Scoop for all the great work he's done in putting that program together. So again, it's RP Trollian, and it's TROLLIAN at yahoo.com.
Sea Service Hydro in the water. Sea Service Hydro in the water. We have a tie currently for first place, and this heat could decide it all. Doug Martin in the R6 from Black Diamond, Washington, has been going head-to-head all weekend long in R61 against Alan Thorson from Bend, Oregon. They're both tied with a first and a second place finish. 700 points on their stat line. Nick Watalka sits in third, followed by Mike Ellison, who sits back in fourth. Mike Ellison ran good last time, right before he hit the buoy. He'll look for some better fortune this time around. But the entire podium up for grabs for the Sea Service Hydro. It should be a fun heat to watch. And for all the marbles. $30 to the 4 for the Sea Service Hydro. $30 to the 4 for the Sea Service Hydro for all the marbles. First place is up for grabs. R61, Alan Thorson. R6, Doug Martin. Third place right now belonging to Nick Watalka in S52. And Mike Ellison will be out there in the V113. Currently sitting in fourth, but in striking distance to grab third on the podium. Green flag, 4-minute clock has started. And here come the Sea Service Hydros. In the R6, the black and red, that's Doug Martin. Doug Martin, who has had success. He's won 2 national titles this weekend already. He's got a chance to go for the hat trick. Or can Alan Thorson upset him? They've been running with each other all weekend long. Martin has dominated, but can Thorson pull out the C Service Hydro? The yellow and blue, V113 Mike Ellison. The white R61 is Alan Thorson from Bend, Oregon. In fact, if you were with us yesterday, we mapped out how long of a drive it is from right here at DePue, Illinois, to both Alan Thorson's hometown and Doug Martin's hometown. Well, Alan Thorson from Bend, Oregon, how about this? 27-hour drive. Doug Martin from Black Diamond, Washington has a beat 28-hour drive from Black Diamond, Washington to DePue, Illinois. Both these drivers have come a long way to race. They've had some fun. They can add to the fun with a national title, and it comes down to this heat. There's the white flag. 1 minute gun. Inside a minute, here comes the race before the race as they line up on that back straightaway. They're heading into turn 2 before entering the chute. K-Pro Hydro in the water. K-Pro Hydro in the water for your third and final heat. Once again, all safety and judge personnel for the second flight start heading to the seawall. Down to about 15 seconds. Here they come. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag. On the inside is R61. That's Alan Thorson. Doug Martin sits in second on the outside. It's a good start. All boats are legal. All boats are legal as they come out of turn number 1. It's Mike Ellison on the inside, and Mike Ellison takes the lead. Mike Ellison can mix some things up. Alan Thorson pulls away once again. Doug Martin sits back at third. He needs that first place spot. Bumpy ride out there heading into turn number 2. Ellison's got to lay off the throttle just a tad. Here they come out of turn 2 down the front straightaway. It's Ellison on the inside. Thorson on the outside. Ellison regains the lead, but look at the speed of Alan Thorson taking it right back. Doug Martin lurks in the shadows, trying to cast the fishing line to reel in Alan Thorson. That's his adversary. Top spot on the podium on the line. A national champion on the line between Thorson and Martin. But it's Mike Ellison who has come up out of nowhere and has taken the lead. Mike Ellison finished third. In the last heat, or 2 heats ago, he was DQ'd for hitting the buoy in the last heat, and you can only ask but wonder why. What would happen if he did not hit that buoy? And if he wins this heat, white flag, final lap. Ellison on the inside. Thorson sits in second. Martin sits back at third. Final lap for Martin. He's got to catch up to Thorson. Into turn one. Thorson has the outside, maintains speed. But the inside is Martin, and Martin's gaining ground quickly. Here comes Martin up on Thorson's inside. That's for the first place podium finish. Ellison leads it. Thorson sits at second. Martin sits back at third. Martin takes the inside. He's past Thorson. One last turn left to go. Thorson on the outside. Martin on the inside. Rounding third. Heading for home. Doug Martin pulls away. Thorson sits back at second. Here comes Doug Martin. Photo finish. Doug Martin wins it. The battle was between R6 and R61. Doug Martin, a comeback and a hat trick in national titles this weekend. It's his third. Ellison with a first place finish on that heat will earn himself a spot on the podium. What? What a heat. What a heat. Unofficial numbers right now. My, oh my. K-Pro will be heading out. Doug Martin. It appears from our angle, he had the angle. We're wait official confirmation.
30 to the 3, drivers. 30 to the 3 for K-Pro, the third and final heat.
30 to the 3. Let's throw it over to Ray Rada.
All righty, as we get ready to go now with that third and final heat with Carson Fierick out of Michigan out front trying to gather up a second championship here at Lake DePue. Ray Spozniak is following in behind with 600 points. Green flag, the course is open. Bree Gibson now heads to the water. And Jonathan Perez and Ray Spozniak off the beach. And Carson Fierick will come out, and we'll have the four that have finished all two heats previously. As Carson now comes off the beach. Again, would remind you the Scoopin' Maniacs Academy Academic Excellence Awards. And please, if you have a thought about it, there are T-shirts that are available. rptrollian@yahoo.com. It's rp.trollian, TROLLIAN, @yahoo.com. And these awards go to these youngsters based upon their academic and points for their racing career. Well, let's see if anybody's got anything for Carson Fierick, who won the first two heats pretty handily, although Jonathan Perez in that first heat had some great speed, but unfortunately he jumped the gun and was unable to receive points as they get ready to go now. The white flag being displayed on the race course at both ends, along at the judges' stand as the clock begins to unwind down to 0. All right, they'll gather over onto the back stretch. One of them just sailing across through the middle to gather up. As they'll come around the buoy, they're early. You can see them. They're just kind of meandering, trying to slough off some of that time. But this is such great training for these youngsters on starts, on the safety rules, how to handle the boats. Here they come, all four of them. You get string of rope across the four of them as they come up for the start. Here they come. Race Bosnick on the inside. Firrick on the outside. And then Jonathan Perez outside and Bree Gibson on the inside. Down into that corner they go. Race Bosnick hanging on to that lead. With Firrick, Gibson, and Perez. Firrick now goes to the outside. He'll try to go a little deeper into the corner and slingshot around Race, but Race has got that short way around. Good turn by Race Bosnick as they come up the front straightaway now. Gibson and Jonathan hanging on right there. Put it back on the water, Jonathan. He's floating that thing into that third spot now. As Race with a good inside on the buoy as he comes out of that corner with the lead. Firrick now settling into that second spot. He's got 2 wins for 800 points. Race with 2 seconds with 600. This would give him 1,000 points for the 3 heats. But Carson would have not only the 800, but he'd add another 300 to it to take the championship if it holds this way with 1,100 points. Look at Jonathan now. Jonathan on the outside. Oh, this could get interesting. Carson knows he only has to finish third, but it would be 1,025. Versus Race's 1,000 points. Oh, boy. Look at Carson now. Carson wants that top spot if he can get it. Race holding him off. Here they come through the bottom corner one last time. Race. Oh, Firrick turned inside of him. Here they come for the finish. I'm not sure if Carson got him or not. But Jonathan really made it interesting as Jonathan Perez came into that first turn with getting by them all on his mind. But Carson Firrick and Race Bosnick for those top spots. We'll wait on our judges to give us the final. But Carson Firrick right now, unofficially, as he has to go through inspection and waiting, they'll have to weigh him. But right now, he looks like he could be the 2026 K-Pro champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the voice of DePue, Ray Rada. 30 to the 3 for the 700 runabout. 30 to the 3 for the 700 runabout. Lucky for us, we'll be hearing Ray's voice for a couple more classes throughout the day. In the second flight, we'll see him for the AX runabout. And then the third flight for the K-Pro runabout. as well. And with how many classes we have to run, I might see if he can snag another one to give me a break. 700 runabouts should be in the water, ready to go. They're about ready to come on out. The final heat of the first flight, green flag. Luke Bosker, your leader, with 700 points in the green M441. Mitch Sampson sits in second with 569. In the gray R71, coming from Lake Stevens, Washington. Daniel Corpy in third with 300. Had some issues his last heat. Vanover in fourth, sits with 225. He jumped the gun last time out. If he didn't jump the gun, he could be racing for a title right now, but again, it's easier said than done. Brinkman sits in fifth with 127. Kurtz has not been able to get himself running. He's out there on the far left side of the course in the brown and white M8s. That's Bosker, your leader, in the green and white M441. Mitchell Sampson is out there in the gray R71. Brady Brinkman looking for better fortune in the green and black M44. Daniel Corpy looking for better fortune. The brown and red K711. Austin Vanover also in the brown 24. Once again, will all safety and judge personnel for the second flight please get to the seawall? Safety and judge personnel for the second flight, please get to the seawall. Brady Brinkman has some issues. You can see him trying to paddle himself out of the way. Inside a minute. Inside 30 seconds, these boats are lined up down the backstretch. Bumpy ride for Corpy. Corpy looks like he's having some issues trying to get himself gut running. Down to 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, off to the races. And it's Luke Bosker who jumps out to an early lead. Sampson on the inside at second. Kurtz looks to be running well. Vanover on the outside. Good start. All boats aren't legal. Down the backstretch they go, and look at Bosker running it. Sampson in second. Vanover comes up on his outside. Vanover trying to battle for second. Kurtz sits back at fourth. Corpy has just now started the race. Corpy will take a turn into the pit, shaking his head no. There was something going on with his engine. There goes Bosker. Bosker in first. Vanover in second. Sampson at third. Kurtz in fourth. Into turn number one. Vanover maintains speed on the outside. Sampson had the shorter course. There he goes down that back straightaway. Bosker into turn number two. Here comes Sampson up on the inside of Vanover. He's got the shorter course. Bumpy right down there in turn two for Sampson. Bosker down the front stretch. Vanover in second, still battling with Mitchell Sampson. Down the back straightaway. Bosker into turn number 2, still leading the way. He'll look for the white flag. He's got it. Final lap. Battle for second and third between Mitchell Sampson and Austin Vanover. Spins into turn 1. Bosker comes out of it, still in front. Vanover on the outside. Fends off Sampson. Vanover and Sampson, they've run together and a couple of nice heats. Rounding third, heading for home, Luke Bosker looking for gold. Checkered flag high in the sky. Luke Bosker wins it. Vanover fends off Sampson for second. Sampson in third. Kurtz in fourth. Luke Bosker, 2 first place finishes with a second place as well. Luke Bosker, impending inspection, a national champion. What a heat, what a race. And Luke Bosker, impending inspection, a national champion. That'll take us to the end of our first flight. We need all second flight judge and safety personnel, please be at the seawall. We're going to do a quick transition. Your turn judges, Mike Creer, Mike Ellison, Chris Helston, and JP Jedwabney. Your flagger, Brandon Payne. And your towboat, Nick Wataka and Ralph Emmel. Please get to the seawall. We hope to have a quick switch. The sense of urgency must be there to continue the program. That will conclude our Saturday schedule. Now we move into our original Sunday. Second flight coming up soon, which will feature the 1100 runabout, the 125 hydro, the 700 hydro, and then the AX runabout.
Well, while we have the break, avail yourself of the DePue Men's Club food stand. You will see they have a lot of nice items. Hamburgers, cheeseburgers, hot dogs, and the infamous pork chop sandwiches. Also like to remind everybody the T-shirt concession is going on. It's under the blue pop-up right by the playground in front of the Men's Club food stand. And again, we remind you that the T-shirts, along with the other souvenirs, are always popular items here for the boat races. And if you haven't brought your T-shirts yet, and you know what happens on Sunday, the big crowds, T-shirts sell. So if you want to make sure that you don't have to try and fit your extra large body into a small adult, get up there and get your T-shirts before they're sold out.
Final results for the first flight. Third place in the Sea Service Hydro. Third place, Mike Ellison. Second place, Alan Thorson. And your winner for the Sea Service Hydro, Doug Martin. Final results for K-Pro Hydro. Third place, Bree Gibson. Second place, Race Bosnick. And your national champion for K-Pro Hydro, Carson Frerick. Final results for the 700 runabout. Third place, Austin Vanover. Second place, Mitchell Sampson. And your winner, Luke Bosker. All safety and judge personnel for the second flight, please start heading to the seawall. Mike Career, Mike Ellison, Chris Helston, JP Jedwabney, Brandon Payne, Nick Watalka, Ralph Emmel. Please start getting to the seawall so we can start the second flight. Thank you. Mike Creer. Attention, Mike Creer. Can you please head to the Bosnick trailer? Mike Creer to the Bosnick trailer. Attention, anyone with a radio headset, please check to make sure your button isn't being accidentally pressed. Somebody is on the headsets. Please make sure that the radio waves are cleared. $1,100 runabouts in the water. 1,100 runabouts to the water. 1,100 runabouts in the water. 1,100 runabouts to the water. Schedule 1,100 runabouts, followed by 125 hydros. Then the 700 hydro as we conclude with AX runabout. $30 to the 3 for the 1,100 runabout. $30 to the 3 for the 1,100 runabout. The second flight of our schedule about ready to commence. The 1,100 runabouts, the highest class of runabout racing we will see this weekend. The 1,100 runabouts, a little different than the other runabout classes that we have seen. This is the two-man boat. Back in the day, the deck riders, as they call them in the 1,100 runabout, used to have a huge task of working on the engine, pulling the props, and all of the above. But now today, with modern-day technology, the 1,100 runabout, a lot of the times, these drivers, they are just out for the ride. They go out for the ride. You can see them lean in to turn, so make sure that they can maintain some speed. Heading out there. Heading out there, who just won the 700 runabout, Luke Bosker in that same green M441. From Harbor Springs, Michigan, Marshall Walk is riding with them. Daniel Corpy is out there in that brown and red K711. Nicole Dunlap is his duck rider. Looks like Daniel Corpy having some issues. Will have to make it back into the pits. If he can, he's got 30 seconds to try to fire himself back up. In the brown M8, that's Andy Kurtz with Camden Vasquez. Austin Vanover is out there in the brown and green 24. Antonio is his deck rider. The green and brown M44 is Brady Brinkman as the driver. Brianna Payne, your deck rider. And in the gray 71 is Mitchell Sampson. Emerson Vasquez is his deck rider. The extra weight in the boat will help weigh the boat down, but it'll also allow them to maintain a little bit of speed heading into the turns. These boats, when running at their fullest, can run upwards of 100 miles an hour. As we have 20 seconds, 125 hydros in the water, 125 hydros in the water. Here they all come around, 10 seconds as they come around turn 2, approaching the chute. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, there they go, and it's Luke Bosker who takes the advantage. Luke Bosker leading the way. Austin Vanover sits in second. It's Mitchell Sampson who's on the inside as they spin out of turn number 1 and make way down the back straightaway. Vanover moves into second. Sampson sits back in third. Brinkman back in fourth. As they head into turn number 2, it's a good start. All boats are legal. All boats are legal. Bosker has some company on his outside. It's Austin Vanover trying to make a pass. They're side by side on to lap number 2. Into turn 1, Bosker spins his way out of it, heads down the backstretch. Vanover looking to make a pass on the outside. Sampson, passed by Brinkman. Brinkman moves into third. Sampson back to fourth. Bosker, first place boat, has the inside. Vanover's got the outside. He can maintain some more speed. Andy Kurtz having some issues. About ready to get lapped. Bosker increases his lead. Battle for first and second. Same battle for third and fourth. Bosker starts pulling away down that backstretch. Vanover giving chase. Sampson in third. Brinkman coming up on his outside, trying to overtake him. Into turn number 2. White flag will be displayed. Final lap. Last chance for Vanover, who's now taking the inside on Bosker. Vanover's taking the inside corner. Bosker maintains speed on the outside. Vanover spins out of turn 1. Vanover takes the advantage. Vanover takes the lead, heading down that back stretch for the final time. Bosker's fading, and Bosker loads it up. Bosker loads it up. Vanover's all alone. Brinkman moves into second. Sampson moves into third. Bosker's out. Vanover wins it with a checkered flag. Brinkman in second. Sampson in third. .125's in the water. 125's in the water. Andy Kurtz comes around. Andy Kurtz will have one more lap to go. Andy Kurtz on his final lap. He'll look for a fourth place finish. Austin Vanover, first place for 400 points. Brady Brinkman in second for 300. Mitchell Sampson comes across in third for 225. And if Kurtz can finish his final half lap, he'll come in fourth for 169. Corpia did not start. And Luke Bosker, who gave it all he had, could not keep up with Vanover. He goes down on the back stretch, and he will be a did not finish. 125 hydros in the water. 125 hydros in the water. .125 hydros in the water. That'll do it for the first heat of the 1,100 runabouts. Coming out in the 125 hydro, we will see Ethan Fox in the blue and orange, boat 20 from Elkhorn, Nebraska. V22 Camden Vasquez and another blue and orange from Oglesby, Illinois. Brent Simmons will come out in boat number 83 from Fishers, Indiana. Brian Palmquist from Illinois will be out there in the silver and teal 10E. Cooper Thompson from Fort Pierce, Florida, out there in the orange 14, who has had already a number of championships that he's been able to win at the young age of just 18 years old. And Tyler Keller, who was your national champion on Friday for the 175 hydro, will have a chance to double up. He'll be in the green M6 coming from Flint, Michigan. Tyler Keller, a couple years now, racing pro, had his first national title last season. He was able to capture another one in the 175 on Friday. And he will have a chance to go for his third ever national title. Still a young racer. And a whole lot more hopefully to come for Tyler Keller. Once again, the races today and all weekend long, they've been streaming and produced by Clutch Sports Media. You can find them on their YouTube page at Clutch Sports Media or visit them online at clutchsportsil.com. The video boards this weekend were sponsored by Marquise, able to provide some of the nice jumbotrons, the one down in the pit, the one in the beer garden, and Clutch Sports able to produce the show. And a huge shout out to both of them for all that they've done for the 40th annual Pro Nationals here on Lake DePue. Here come these 125 hydros. Here come the boats. They're on their way out there. Camden Vasquez in V22. First one out there, the bright orange 14 is Cooper Thompson. Tyler Keller in the green M6. Ethan Fox in the blue and orange boat 20. One more minute left on the clock. Tenny. That's Brian Palmquist who makes his way out there. 83, the red boat, Brent Simmons. Brian Palmquist actually coming out in the orange, blue, and white boat 10E. 6 boats are out there. 700 hydros to the water. 700 hydros in the water. 700 hydros to the water. There's the 1 minute gun. Inside a minute until these 125 hydros. They all head around into turn number 2. Down to 12 seconds, a little early as they come out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag. Out in front, there goes Camden Vasquez in V22. Ethan Fox to his left. Tyler Keller, Cooper Thompson, and Brian Palmquist all bunched up in the middle. Brett Simmons trails the pack. Camden Vasquez turns down that backstretch, leading the way over Ethan Fox. It's a good start. All boats are legal. Fox has the inside. Vasquez has the outside as they roll into turn number 2. Heading down the front straightaway, Ethan Fox has taken the lead over Camden Vasquez. Brian Palmquist has moved in to third. Tyler Keller in fourth. Cooper Thompson back of the pack in fifth. Brent Simmons had some issues out there. Down the backstretch, still neck and neck between Vasquez and Ethan Fox. Heads into turn 2. Ethan Fox on the inside, Camden Vasquez on the outside. These boats out there going right around 80 miles an hour as they head down that front straightaway. Camden Vasquez has pulled himself out in front once again. Brian Palmquist starting to make some passes on the outside. Vasquez leads it. Fox on the inside, but Brian Palmquist is making some passes on the outside. Tyler Keller now moves inside, and here comes Keller, who's worked himself back into the mix of things. Going to be a tight final lap as they all come around looking for that white flag for the final lap. Vasquez, Keller, Palmquist, and Fox all bunched up. It's Vasquez who still leads, but coming on the outside, it's Brian Palmquist, and Palmquist has taken the advantage. Fox has faded back towards the back. Brian Palmquist comes out of the turn. Camden Vasquez takes the lead back once again. Tyler Keller in third. Palmquist pulls in front. Palmquist heads to the outside. He'll maintain speed. Vasquez trying to hug the inside. Bumpy ride for Vasquez. Here they both come out of it. Brian Palmquist trying to make a comeback. Here comes Palmquist and Vasquez side by side. Palmquist pulls ahead. Palmquist got it. Vasquez looks to be second. Keller appears to be third. Fourth will be Thompson. Fifth will be Fox. Once again, the final results, Brian Palmquist comes across first. Vasquez was able to fend off Tyler Keller for second. Keller will grab third. Cooper Thompson comes across in fourth for 169, and Ethan Fox in fifth for 127. 700 hydros should be in the water, ready to go. Once again, 700 hydros. You should be next. You are running before the AX runabout. AX runabout. You are on deck, so start getting prepared. 700 hydros. These capsule boats will be coming out. We saw the 500 hydro, another form of capsule boat race on Friday, and it was Ray Bradford who took home the gold. He'll be out there looking to do the same in the 700 hydro. These capsule boats, the story behind them, these boats, they go about 120 miles an hour. They will fly on the water. Because they go that quick, it is too quick for them to run in an open cockpit. Hence why they will sit down in their capsule. They will be strapped into a harness. They have oxygen in the capsule in case anything were to go south. There is extra safety personnel for these capsules carrying shears to cut them out if needed. A lot more safety precautions and a lot more tests. If you want to get in a capsule boat, you have to pass the dunk test. There are a lot of regulations that go into keeping these capsule boat drivers safe and sound. And boy, when they're running, it is fun to watch on the water. Doug Hall, who has been really the Babe Ruth of capsule boat racing over the last couple of years. He's won many national titles, including in this class for the 700 hydro. He'll be out there in the red and yellow 51, coming from DePue, Missouri. Ike Yoder, who's been at racing for quite some time, will have a chance to do it in the H4 from White Pigeon, Michigan. That'll be the red, yellow, and black. Nick Thurlby in the M447, the black from Midland, Michigan, who is not new to racing, but new to the capsule boat racing, his second year racing in the capsules. And same with Raymond Bradford, who won the 500 hydro on Friday. He'll be out there in the black and green M46. He's coming from Interlochen, Michigan. So 4 capsule boats will be heading out. The 700 hydro should be in the water. AX runabout, you'll be coming up next. Once again, we mentioned Marquise, 30 to the 3 for the 700 hydro. Marquise, a proud sponsor of the DePue boat races. And you can visit their website at www.marquiseinc.com. Another thing with these capsule boats, they will have radio control back to land. They will have somebody with a headset on to communicate. There's the green flag, the 3-minute gun. And here come these 700 hydros out. AX runabout to the water. AX runabout to the water. M447, the black boat that belongs to Nicholas Thurlby. Out there in the black and green M46, that's Ray Bradford. We have 2 of the capsule boats out there. A lot of intricate pieces that go into these capsule boats. Fired up in the pits. The red H4, Ike Yoder. The red and yellow 51, Doug Hall. Fired up, all 4 capsules are out there with 30 seconds to spare until the 1-minute gun. When these capsules are on the water, you can hear them from miles and miles away. But if you blink your eyes, you may miss them. There's the 1-minute gun. Inside a minute till racing. You're seeing Nick Thurlby cutting over the middle just to try to make sure that he could try to time it up. He'll now start to head back to jump in line as these capsule boats will line up still pretty early with about 20 seconds. They enter turn 2. One thing you'll see is a lot of the boats that pick up more speed, they tend to stay back more. They have to, or else they're jumping the gun. I mean, 10 seconds and they are still in turn 2. That just goes to show you the speed that these boats will pick up on the water. 3, 2, 1, green flag. And it's Ike Yoder who's leading the way. Heading into turn number 1. Doug Hall's on the outside. Ray Bradford's on the inside. It's a good start. All boats are legal. All boats are legal. Ike Yoder turns and burns down the backstretch. Here comes Doug Hall trying to give him chase. Bradford sits in second, but not for long as Doug Hall passes him on the outside. Again, you blink, you may miss him. Yoder out of turn 2. Doug Hall has issues. Hall's issues from Friday continues down in turn 2. And in the meantime, Ray Bradford used the inside advantage to take the lead. Ray Bradford has taken the advantage. Ike Yoder trying to catch up. Nick Thurlby well back in third. Runs it into turn number 2. Comes out of it on lap number 2. Ike Yoder moves to the inside. Raymond Bradford keeps going on the outside. And Bradford leaving Yoder in his wake. Yoder's got the inside. He's got the shorter course, but Bradford can keep with more speed through the turns. And Yoder fends him off on the inside. Retakes the lead. Bradford trying to get back to speed as they're side by side down that back straightaway into turn 2. Bradford pulls out in front on the outside. Yoder's got the inside. Turns up the front straightaway. White flag in the sky. 1 lap left to go and they're side by side. Yoder with the slim lead. Bradford stays on his outside. Yoder able to open it up with the inside advantage, and there goes Ike Yoder pulling away once again. Bradford running out of time and running out of time quickly. Trying to reel in Ike Yoder. Yoder with rooster tails 20 feet in the sky. Rounds third, heads for home. Ike Yoder, a first place finish. Bradford crosses in second. Here comes Nick Thurlby. Nick Thurlby will come across in third. A fun heat that Ike Yoder takes first for 400, Ray Bradford in second for 300. Nick Thurlby crosses in third for 225. Doug hauls the boat down in turn 2. Did not finish. The AX runabouts are going to be coming up next. AX runabouts should be in the water. They'll be coming out in just a couple of moments. And with that being said, I'll throw the microphone back over to my broadcasting partner today, Ray Rada.
Thank you, Jackson. Appreciate that. What a race that was for Ike Yoder. This last turn, when he were coming into that third and final lap, or fourth lap rather, as he came to that first turn, he dove inside of Ray Bradford, and just a beautiful turn for him, and got him that lead and took it all the way home. Well, the North American Championships are up next, and this will be for the AX runabout. The AX stands for an A engine, but they put a plate in it to keep the speeds down. So there's a restrictor plate, just like NASCAR uses at the Daytona and Talladega tracks, to get these youngsters used to a little bit more speed as they step up from the J class, the junior class, into a little bit faster, but gives them a safe boat, safe motor to run as these kids get ready to go. Again, they're ages from 9 on up, as Race Bosnick out of Williamsfield, Illinois, will be in the 75V. Carson Fierick looking for a triple play here, as he'll be in the 19M. He's won the other 2 championships over this weekend. Now looking to see if he can add a third. Bree Gibson out of Washington, Illinois, will be in boat 7. And Luke Bosker will be in the boat 47M as we get ready to roll with the North American Championships. We're grateful you're here. We hope you've had a good day. The racing has been good, and we get a lot more to go as we're dragging in Doug Hall to give him a chance to get that motor fixed. He thinks they can get out for the second and third heats. So please, we've got lots going on here. The beer gardens are open. The concession stands are open. The vendors along the street are open. And we've got some T-shirts and caps. Great stuff. 30 to the 3. 30 to the 3 for heat number 1 in North American Championships. All right, these youngsters will be running 2 heats and 3 laps. Don't forget about that Scoop Maniac Educational Fund. If you'd like to make a donation, come by the PA booth. I'll give you the email address, and you can buy a T-shirt. All of that proceeds goes directly into that scholarship. So if you've got a mind to help some of these youngsters out, it'd be great. All right, we got green flag on the race course. Race Bosnick, Carson Fierick, Luke Bosker, and Bree Gibson yet to come. Carson's doing the dance here in front of us. That runabout just wants to move all over the place, trying to get it to plane out for him. It doesn't want to do what he wants it to do. There, he finally got it to move. Buck and Bronco, though. That's going to be a little bit up and down all the way, as now it flattens out and gets to it. 1100, get them to the water, guys. 1100 to the water, please. Well, we've got all 4 of them on the water now as they get ready to go. All of them over in the back stretch are looking around, making sure they know where they're at in terms of that clock. Looking up to see how much time is left before that 1 minute gun goes off. And there it is, white flag. They've got less than a minute now for the start of heat number 1 of the North American Championships for AX. Again, this is a 15 cubic inch motor with a restrictor plate, and it'll give them about a 62 mile an hour run. Great opportunity for these youngsters to learn both the starts, the safety rules, and, of course, how to win. All right, they all swing down into the bottom corner. Have to have all 3 of the buoys on their left as they come up for the start.
Oscar wins this. We're going to
Well, the kid that ran 1100 runabouts also running the North American. He's in the 2nd place, picking on all those kids. Wow, can you imagine that? He's running a 100 mile an hour 1100 runabout, and now he's running a 62 mile an hour AX boat. Oh my goodness. He probably outweighs him also, probably about 50 pounds.
Yeah, he don't need any weight for big weight.
Yeah, he needs no weight for the scale, that's for sure. But imagine that, going from 100 mile an hour down to 60, probably could get his nails done at the same time. All right, here they come out of the bottom corner now. Up that front straightaway. There he is. Race Bosnick out front. Carson Ferrick. Bree Gibson. And Luke Bosker. Luke pulling off now. But that gave the youngsters the 4 boats that they needed to be able to call it a North American Championship. Thank you, Luke. All right, as they come out of the corner now, Race Bosnick right out front with Carson Ferrick and Bree Gibson. Bree is driving the number 7 boat, which has a story to it. Paulie, come over here. Tell us about the story with that 7 with the big heart on it.
Excuse me. The Perez family, Michael Perez family, their little son was born and it needed a heart transplant. And he was able to get one, so his cousin put the heart on the side of the boat in honor of him. And the little guys are running around the beach somewhere, and it's just neat to see him and stuff. But, yeah.
How neat a story is that, as Bree Gibson now pulling on in. But what a story, and we're grateful that modern medicine can do what it can do. As now Race Bosnick going to finish up and looking for that checkered flag as he comes through the bottom corner with Carson Ferrick in behind him. So Race will take that 400 points, put it to bed, and get ready for heat number 2. Well, I'm grateful that Paul Bosnick has asked me to announce for his grandson Race And you've got a great announcer in Jackson Lightcap, and I'm grateful for him and all the work he's done.
Thank you, Ray. $1,100 runabouts should be in the water, ready to get going. Last time these 1,100 runabouts were out there, we saw Austin Vanover with a first-place finish. He's got 400 on his stat line. Brady Brinkman crossed in second for 300. And Mitchell Sampson came across in third for 225. Andy Kurtz came across for fourth in 169. Corpy and Bosker both did not finish.
Well, folks, we are still waiting to see if we have a winner from the 50-50 from yesterday. If you have some tickets, you might want to make sure and check them, because the last checkup, the prize had not been claimed. And we'll let you know when the 50-50 for today starts. See if we can get past that $13.50 mark that the payout was from yesterday. Hey, don't forget your souvenir hats and T-shirts. DePue Men's Club stand is right behind the Men's Club shelter, right by the big tree. And these are always popular souvenirs, and they are the only official souvenirs sanctioned by the DePue Men's Club. And don't forget, we do have the food stands open in DePue Men's Club's food stand, as long as everybody, all the stands up and down Lake Street. And we found out that the small
30 to the 3 for the 1,100 runabout. 30 to the 3 for the 1,100 runabout.
And we did find out that the small and medium shirts are going fast.
Well, once again, the 1,100 runabouts coming out. We just mentioned the names, and Luke Bosker, he just got done running the AX Hydro, or AX runabout, excuse me, and now he's heading to the 1,100 runabout. Again, that is about a 50 miles per hour difference between the two classes. Luke Bosker was out there beating up on the AX runabout kids. Big bully. Just kidding. Luke Bosker being a good sport, knowing that they have to have 4 boats out there for a North American Championship. Went out, did 1 lap, came right back in, so that way it would count. And would count for a North American Championship for those kids racing in that class. But now he'll jump from a boat that went 55 miles an hour to a boat that goes upwards of 100. He's out there in the green and white M441. M44, the green and black, it's Brady Brinkman. Austin Vanover in the brown and green 24. I believe that's Mitchell Sampson is trying to get himself out on the water in boat number 71. No sign of Andy Kurtz or Daniel Corpy. Remember, Corpy's been having some issues today with the 700 and the 1,100 runabout. We'll see if his pit crew was able to do enough changes to send him out there. Well, one of the boats are fired up. Who is it? It's Andy Kurtz. Brown and white, M8. Inside a minute. Let's get the 125 hydros in the water. 125 hydros in the water. They all head down into turn number 2. 15 seconds left on the clock. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag. Out in front goes Luke Bosker. Austin Vanover on the outside, Sampson on the inside. Brinkman trails the pack. Looks like one of the boats goes down in a small collision. Red flag on the course. Red flag on the course. It looked like Luke Bosker and his deck rider went down in turn 1, and it was too close to Brady Brinkman and his deck rider, Brianna Payne. There was a small bump. Brinkman went up on the boat of Bosker. Tried to avoid him, could not. Bosker and Walk, his deck rider, both had to bail. They jumped out on their own power to make sure they did not get hit by the boats. And they did wave their hands in the air, as it looks like they're okay. And now it looks like we have a boat out there that is sinking. It's Brady Brinkman's boat that's starting to go down. Him and his deck rider bail and swim to the rescue.
Well, that's what you'd call a holy buckets.
Luke Bosker had some issues in that first turn. Brady Brinkman didn't have enough time to react to get out of the way. He tried laying off the throttle, and there was a slow collision. Both Bosker and Walk saw it coming the entire way. They jumped out into the water under their own power. And then Brinkman's boat started sinking, so Brinkman and Brianna Payne both had to bail. Appears everybody is okay. They all jumped out of the boats in their own power. In fact, this is the second time Marshall Walk, who's the deck rider for Luke Bosker, has been in the water this weekend. All the drivers coming out. Let's give them all a round of applause. We do have some culprits of the cause of the red flag. Both M44 Brady Brinkman and M441 Luke Bosker, those boats are ineligible to come out for the rerun. M441 and M440 or M44 Brady Brinkman, Luke Bosker, both boats ineligible to come out for the rerun.
Okay, we just been informed by Trent Solario, the DePue Men's Club's president. The 50-50 has started. Look for the girls in the pink shirts. They're going to start at the shelter. They'll work their way down, probably come back and end up the rest of the day while racing goes on at the Little Beer Garden, East End. And yesterday's winning of $1,350 has been paid out. So let's see if we can top the $1,350 from yesterday for the 50-50. Again, don't forget the DePue Men's Club food stand. The food stand's along Lake Street while we have a slight delay. And the souvenir hats and T-shirts, make sure you get up and get them because we hear that the medium and small adult sizes are getting low, and you know, by the size of the crowd and everybody here, all the sizes will be gone, and get up there and get them. Just a reminder, after the second flight, we'll have the annual presentation of the Frank Solorio Memorial Scholarship Awards that are awarded to deserving students from the area, and hopefully we will have some of the recipients here to receive the awards, and the members of the Solorio family will be around to help present these awards, and that will be in between the second and third flights of the day.
$1,100 runabout to the water. 30 to the 3, 30 to the 3 for the 1100 runabouts. 30 to the 3 for the 1100 runabout. There are 3 eligible boats to be heading out there on the rerun of the 1100 runabouts. Austin Vanover will be out there in the brown, boat 24, Mitchell Sampson, and boat number 71, Andy Kurtz, R71. Andy Kurtz, R71. That's Mitchell Sampson. And his deck rider, Emerson Vasquez. Emerson Vasquez, a deck rider for Mitchell Sampson. Camden Vasquez, a deck rider for Andy Kurtz. Bit of a brotherly rivalry out there on the water. There's the white flag, 1 minute gun, and 1 minute till the race will begin. Let's get the 125 hydros in the water, 125 hydros in the water. Three boats able to be out on the water at this point. Approaching 20 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag. Out on the outside is Austin Vanover, who takes the advantage. Mitchell Sampson sits on the inside. Andy Kurtz, sandwiched between them, had to be fended off to the outside, and there they go down the backstretch. Austin Vanover leading the way. Sampson in second. Kurtz in third. On to lap number 2. Heads out of it, down that back straightaway they go, and it's Austin Vanover still leading the way. Sampson in second, Kurtz in third. Boats equally distanced from one another. Vanover able to increase the lead out on that back stretch as he heads into turn number 2. Vanover leads it. Sampson in second. Kurtz in third. Heads out of turn 2. Vanover looking for the last lap. 125 Hydros to the water. 125 Hydros to the water. Vanover into the second turn. He rounds third. He heads for home. And Austin Vanover back-to-back first place finishes, leading the way with 800 points. Mitchell Sampson fends off Kurtz. He's got a third and a second place finish. Kurtz with a fourth and a third moves himself into third. That wraps it up for the second heat of the 1100 runabout. 125 Hydros in the water. 125 Hydros in the water. It's been a little while since the last time they've ran. The last time out there, Brian Palmquist, a come from behind victory. Able to overtake Camden Vasquez on the last lap. Palmquist had first for 400 points. Vasquez came in second for 300. Tyler Keller had a photo finish, but was just shy of second. He finished third for 225. Cooper Thompson in fourth for 169. And Ethan Fox, who started off the race really well, could not hang on. He was in second for a while, but he fell behind. And he finishes in the back of the pack for 127. Brent Simmons was a did not finish. So these 125 Hydros should be in the water, and they should be ready to go. Oh, 30 to the 3 for the 125 Hydro. 30 to the 3 for the 125 Hydro. Green flag on the race course. Here come these 125s back out on the water. First one out there, the bright orange from Fort Pierce, Florida. That's Cooper Thompson. The neon green from Flint, Michigan. That's Tyler Keller. Orange and blue M6. Or excuse me, V22. That's Camden Vasquez. The blue and orange, boat 20, Ethan Fox. Another blue and orange, 10E. That's Brian Palmquist, who's out there. Just awaiting the red 83, Brent Simmons. "25 seconds left on the clock until the 1 minute gun. Looks like Ethan Fox loaded it up on that front straightaway, and he's having some issues. Ethan Fox loaded it up, having some issues, and Fox, we'll see if he decides to stay out there, he will. All these boats start lining up on that back straightaway. Ethan Fox, again, having some issues. Loaded it up again, trying to get on the plane. Down to 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag. And it's Brian Palmquist who jumps out in front over Cooper Thompson. It's a good start. All boats are legal. All boats are legal. Cooper Thompson, the young buck, Brian Palmquist, the experienced driver who they have gone head-to-head at it for the last couple of seasons in the 125 Hydro. There they go again. And it's Brian Palmquist who pulls out in front. Ethan Fox went down. He was able to make it to the middle of the course. It's just a 4-boat race, and it's Brian Palmquist who's leading the way. Brian Palmquist looking for back-to-back first-place victories. Palmquist leads it. Thompson's in second, but he's got Keller coming up on the inside. Vasquez sits back in fourth. They turn down that back straightaway. Palmquist increasing his lead. Thompson sits comfortably in second. Keller in third. Vasquez in fourth. On to lap number 3. And it's still Palmquist controlling the lead. 700 hydros, get them in, folks. 700 hydros, get them in the water. Battle for second as Cooper Thompson hangs to the outside. Tyler Keller approaching his inside. Tyler Keller giving Cooper Thompson a run for his money. In the meantime, it's Palmquist who's racing Ghost. Gets the white flag. Big battle for second. Tyler Keller has surpassed Cooper Thompson on his inside. Tyler Keller moves into second. Out of turn 1 for the final time for both Keller and Thompson. Brian Palmquist Rounding third, he's heading for home. Checkered flag high in the sky. And Brian Palmquist with a first place finish. Tyler Keller crosses in second. Cooper Thompson in third. And Camden Vasquez in fourth. Brian Palmquist still your leader with 800 accumulated points. Followed by Tyler Keller, who's up, by Tyler Keller, who's at 525. And then Camden Vasquez with 469, and Cooper Thompson lurking in the shadows. Just another reminder, all racers who have been in the water, once again, all racers and all drivers, deck riders, all of the above who have been in the water, please visit the Nydal trailer. You have to fill out a form. All racers that have been in the water, visit the Nydal trailer. You have to fill out a form. $700 hydro in the water. $700 hydro in the water.
This time of the weekend, everything's some sort of fun.
These capsule boats will be coming out here in just a couple moments. Folks, as we move into the final 5 heats of the second flight, will all judge and barge personnel for the third flight please start moving and making your way towards the seawall. We'll call names in just a couple moments. 30 to the 3. 30 to the 3 for the 700 hydro. These capsule boats will be coming out for their second time. Last time out there, we saw Ike Yoder with a first place finish for 400 points. Ray Bradford came across in second for 300. Nick Thirlby came across in third for 225, and Doug Hall did not finish. There's the green flag. The 3-minute clock has begun. These 700 hydros are on the clock. Any moment now. Still waiting on the first 700 hydro to make their way out. Fired up, and here they come. Ray Bradford, the first one to emerge from the pits after that second place finish his last time out there in the black and green M46. Second boat fired up in the pits. Emerging. The red H4, that's Ike Yoder. Doug Hall is out there in the red and yellow 51. Doug Hall, who is hoping for some better fortune than last time. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. 1:30 left on the clock. Down to 115. Nick Thurlby firing up, trying to get out there in time, and it looks like he did so. It was close for Nick Thurlby, but he was just able to make it out ahead of time. So Nick Thurlby able to make it out with just about 1 second to spare, and all four of these capsules are out there for their second heat. Once again, all volunteers for the third flight. Get them to the seawall. Third flight. Volunteers to the seawall. AX runabout in the water. AX runabout in the water. Down to 10 seconds. They all come out of turn number 2. 3, 2, 1. Green flag. And it's Doug Hall who's leading the way. Ray Bradford sits in second. Ike Yoder sits back in third, followed by Thurlby. Doug Hall turns and burns out of turn number 1, leaving everybody in his dust. Look at the gear that Doug Hall just found. He kisses everyone goodbye. It's a good start. All boats are legal. All boats are legal. Into turn number 2. Bradford trying to play catch up, but Doug Hall just keeps fending him off. Here comes Ike Yoder on the inside. Doug Hall still leading the way. Yoder in second. Bradford in third. Ike Yoder, looks like it loaded up down to that first turn. Ike Yoder, who was your front runner, goes down. He'll be charged with a DNF. Did not finish. That opens the door for anyone else on the water. And it's Doug Hall who once again just says, see you later. Hall into turn 1. Bradford sits in second. Thurlby way back in third. Doug Hall has had problems with this capsule all weekend in the 500 hydro, in the first heat of the 700 hydro. Whatever the issue was, he fixed it, and he is flying on that water. Hall in first. Nick Thurlby makes a trip back to the pits. He saw something he doesn't like. Actually, Thurlby might have just been swinging way out wide because now he's turned and he's heading out. Rounding third, heading for home. Checkered flag is in sight. Doug Hall, first place. Bradford in second. Thurlby still chugging along. He'll have one more lap, I believe. White flag for Thurlby. He'll have one more lap. And Thurlby having some issues. And Thurlby, did not finish. That'll bring things a little closer for that 700 hydro class. Ray Bradford with back-to-back second-place finishes. He is actually your leader with 600. A tie for second and third between Doug Hall and Ike Yoder with one first-place finish each. They sit at 400. Thurlby back in last with 225 with one third-place finish. A lot still to race for, as Ray Bradford is, in fact, the only boat that has finished both heats. Before I give the microphone back to Ray Rada, just another reminder, third flight judge and barge personnel, please start moving to the seawall at this moment so that way we can make a quick transition when this second flight starts to conclude. Your turn judges are Joe Perez, Daniel Corpy, David Everhart, Andrew Thurlby, Flagger Tyler Keller, towboat Luke Bosker, and Joel Vasquez. Once again, Joe Perez, Daniel Corpy, David Everhart, Andrew Thurlby, Tyler Keller, Luke Bosker, and Joel Vasquez, start making your way to the seawall for your third flight duties. On the barge for the third flight should be Sandy Neidall, Sherry Greaves, Cindy Keller, Annette Bell, Kelly Neidall, and Sue Saylor. We're going to give the microphone back to Ray for the second and final heat of the AX Runabout.
Thank you, Jackson. I appreciate that very much. Well, fans, you've seen some great racing so far. Doug Hall sorted out his problems from that first heat, and man, was he laying them down as he came down that front straightaway. He got about maybe 3/4 of the way down the straightaway, and you could hear him pull that foot back from the throttle as he just kind of coasted down into that corner to make sure he had enough oomph to get through. We're about halfway through today's program, so still a lot to go. The concession stands are still open. The T-shirts and caps are waiting for your call. And we surely appreciate you being with us the whole weekend. Well, we're going to come back with the North American Championships, the second heat, the final heat of the North American Championships for these AX runabouts, with Ray Bosnick having won the first heat with Carson Furyk in the second spot. Bree Gibson had some kind of a problem and pulled off, as did Luke Bosker. Thank you, Luke, for stepping up and making sure we had 4 boats to be able to count it as the national or the North American Championship. Don't forget, the Scoopamaniac T-shirts are available. It's rp.trolian, Trolian. That will give you the email address at yahoo.com. So if you'd like to make a donation to that, you can also get Scoop Maniac Facebook page. There's a lot going on, and Scoop, thank you for all you do for these youngsters as he put together that program. But that scholarship goes to the youngsters based on both their academic as well as their points that they gather up for the year. So it's an academic excellence award, and Scoop Maniac, you can find them on Facebook and be able to order T-shirts and help with these youngsters for their college fund. And we appreciate any help that you can give to us. So again, Scoop Maniac on Facebook, and that will get you to the T-shirts and be able to help. I wore mine the other day. Appreciate that very much. As we get ready now for the second heat of the North American Championship. Get our towboats back in place after towing in both Ike Yoder and Doug Hall. I'm sorry, not Doug Hall. Nicholas Thurlby. Lee Carpentier was one of the receivers of the Academic Award Excellence. So, again, this is just a tremendous opportunity to help these youngsters with their college fund and being able to be recognized for the work that they do both academically but they do both academically and the race results. So it really gives them quite an incentive to get out there both academically and for their race results. Thirty to the three, drivers. Again, Ray Sposnick was your winner in that first heat with Carson Furick in the second spot. We'll see how Bree Gibson is able to answer the call. But again, Luke Bosker, thank you, bud, for all you did to make sure these youngsters are racing for that. Green flag. Course is now yours. Yeah, we see Carson on the water and Bree Gibson and Ray Sposnick. So the three that'll run are on the course. You can see Bree struggling a little bit for that boat to break over the top and plane out. She's got all of her weight out front on the nose, trying to get it to come down and be able to get the boat to, there it goes. She got her done. So she's ready to go. All right, these youngsters will come around. The judges will get a look and make sure of the numbers and get them ready to go. And then they'll head over toward that backstretch once that 1 minute gun goes off as they get ready for heat number 2 of the AX. Again, the AX is an A motor, 15 cubic inch, but they put a restrictor plate in it to hold the speed down. This is the next step up. 1,100 runabout, get them to the water. 1,100 runabouts to the water, please. But the AX has a restrictor plate in it, which gives it a little bit of a safety piece with the speed as these youngsters graduate from the junior class in stock up to the next step, which is the AX. And let me tell you, most of them are ready to make that step long before we are. I remember talking to Amy Nidall a couple of years ago, and she said whatever the next class was that was faster than the one she was in was the one she wanted to do. You can see the speed she's had as she won the 350 hydro category yesterday. She'll be out a little bit later today in the 250 class. All right, here they come up for the start. Bree Gibson out front. Carson Furyk on the inside and Race Bosnick outside. Well, Race has got some work to do. All right, that puts Bree Gibson as a boat ride as she jumped the gun, unfortunately. So that puts Carson Furyk out front. Oh, look at Race on the inside, coming up on Furyk, trying to gain that top spot. Otherwise, they're going to be tied up on points. As he gets by Bree Gibson, now he's got to work on Furyk and get as close to him as he can, because they'll be tied on points with 700 apiece. And then we'll go to this clock and to see who took the shortest time to run both heats of racing. As Race now beginning to close the gap. Race is going to dive a little deeper, but Furyk hugging those pins. Trying not to open the door, but he did. As Race now comes up the inside. Race switches over. Race went to the outside now. Now back to the inside, but he's got to get into that pin and hold it tight. Oh, he slid out a little bit. He's got a little bit of top end. In other words, he's a little faster than Furyk down the straightaway, but that boat wants to slide out on him as they go through the corner. So this is going to come down to time as to who took the least amount of time. Now Carson Furyk out of Michigan out front, looking for that checkered flag. There it is. And now Race trying to get as close to him as he can. We'll see what the clock has to say.
Attention, please. Attention, please. For all those people that are involved in the scholarship presentation for the Frank Solorio Memorial Scholarship, please make your way to the PA booth. Please make your way to the PA booth. For anybody involved in the Frank Solorio Scholarship Award presentations, family members of the Solorio family and the recipients of the scholarships, if you are in the crowd, please make your way to the PA booth. Thank you.
30 to the 3 for the 1100 runabout. 30 to the 3 for the 1100 runabout. 125 hydros to the water. 125 hydros to the water. These 1100 runabouts coming out. So remember, in Heat 2, we had to rerun it because of a collision between Luke Bosker and Brady Brakeman. Those boats are able to come out for the third heat, but from some of the chatter on the radio, it seems like they will not. Sometimes you can be eligible to come out, but you still can't come out on the water. There's the 3-minute gun, and these 1100 runabouts, they're on the clock. First one out there in the brown, boat number 24. That's Austin Vanover. Austin Vanover is your leader with 800 points. Back-to-back first-place finishes for him. Andy Kurtz in the brown M8 with a third and a fourth. Currently sits in third. And Mitchell Sampson with a third and a second, sits with 525. He's in second. That's currently how the podium sits. And as long as no other boat comes out on the water, these three boats will be your podium finishers. Their placement still yet to be determined. Absolutely amazing. For the first time this weekend, we have our best friend coming out, the Sunshine. Five seconds until the 1-minute gun. Inside a minute, no other boat making their way out from the pits, signifying that these three boats on the water, they will clinch a spot on the podium. The question is, what spot will they be? 125 hydros to the water, 125 hydros to the water. Here they come, approaching the start. Inside 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There they go. And it's Sampson on the inside who has the lead. Andy Kurtz comes up on the outside. It's a good start. All boats are legal. All boats are legal as they turn and burn heading down the backstretch. Andy Kurtz and Mitchell Sampson side by side. Here they come into turn number 2. Vanover knows the situation. All he has to do is finish to clinch a national title. He'll stay back from everyone. It's Sampson and Kurtz who are racing for that second and third spot, and it's Sampson who's currently leading the way. Bumpy ride for Mitchell Sampson. He comes out of turn number 1. Vanover passing Kurtz on the outside. Kurtz having some issues. Bumpy ride for Andy Kurtz. Into turn number 2. Sampson comes out of it. And on to lap number 3. Sampson swings wide. Vanover swings wider. Andy Kurtz looks to have himself going at a nice pace once again, but he's got some catching up to do. Vanover staying back out of Mitchell Sampson's way, knowing that as long as he finishes, he'll have a first place title and a national championship with it. But now he comes up on the outside. Down the backstretch. Austin Vanover coming up on his outside, giving Sampson a run for his money. And Vanover overtakes Sampson on that final lap. They spin into turn number 2. Vanover and Sampson, here they come. Here's a drag race towards the finish. Checkered flag in sight. Running towards home, and it looks like Sampson might have just had the advantage. But that boat 24, Austin Vanover and his deck rider Antonio. Impending inspections, enough points to be claimed as your national champion for the 1100 runabouts. Sampson comes across. He'll finish second overall, and Kurtz should have third place on the podium. Final results for the AX runabout. We had a tie between 1 and 2. Second place in the AX runabout, Carson Frerick. Leaving your Northern American champion for AX runabout, Race Bosnick. He won it by 1 second. .125 hydro should be in the water, ready to go. Let's get the 700 hydros working themselves to the water as well. 125 hydros up next. They'll be followed by the 700 hydros. Once again, third fight. Judge and barge personnel get to the seawall. Joe Perez, Daniel Corpy, David Everhart, Andrew Thurlby, Tyler Keller, Luke Bosker, and Joel Vasquez start making your way to the seawall, so we can have a quick transition between flights. These 125 hydros will be heading out once again. It's been Brian Palmquist with back-to-back first-place finishes. He's your front runner with 800 points, followed by Tyler Keller with a second and a third for 525, and then Camden Vasquez with a second and a fourth at 469. Cooper Thompson lurking in the shadows still with a fourth and a third. That puts him at 394. So although there's still a lot to race for, Brian Palmquist, top 3 finish, will clinch it. But there are only 131 points separating the second, third, and fourth spots. So a lot to race for in these final heat for the 125 hydros. The 125 hydros should be in the water, ready to go.
Well, fans, while you're over there ready to pick up your caps and T-shirts, along with any of the food that you're going to want, remember there's a board with 40-plus years of racing in picture form on the backside of that shelter over there. In the northeast corner of the shelter, Dale Hoffert put together a beautiful collage of pictures of all of the 40-plus years that racing has occurred here at DePue. So when you're over there picking up your caps and T-shirts, standing in line behind somebody, take a look at those beautiful pictures and get a sense of the history of Lake DePue. Again, thank you, Dale, for all the work that you've done in putting that together. If you want to look at history, Dale posts up on Facebook, and a lot of questions, a lot of answers, a lot of pictures. So get yourself onto that Facebook site, as Dale Hoffert does a great job of posting up memorabilia from all the years of racing, and not just here in DePue, but he was able to secure, I think it was 4 50-pound boxes of material from the guys out in California. And just recently, Steve Johnson up in Minnesota gifted the club up there the memorabilia from that club, and that is beginning to surface online from the things that Dale's been doing. So again, get over, take a look at the board, and thank you again, Dale, for all the hard work in putting that together.
Again, a reminder, anybody
30 to
that's
the
involved-
3 for the 125. 30 to the 3 for the 125.
Anybody that's involved in the scholarship presentation with the Frank Solari Memorial Scholarship Fund, family members, recipients, please make your way to the PA booth. We will have the ceremony and scholarship certificates given out after the flight here is finished. So it'll be after 2 more races, the scholarship presentations will be
Green
made.
flag, 125 hydro. You are on the clock. $700 hydros in the water. 700 hydros in the water. Cooper Thompson, the orange 14 is out there. Camden Vasquez, the blue and orange. V22 has made his way out. The green M6. Tyler Keller out there as well. Brian Palmquist, that orange, white, and blue 10E. He's your front runner. Cooper Thompson having issues down in turn 2. There's the 1 minute gun. Just 3 boats remaining out on the water. Vasquez, Keller, and Palmquist. With Cooper Thompson going down, good chance that these 3 boats on the water will end up having podium finishes. In fact, with these 3 boats, the only ones who will start the race, Keller, Palmquist, and Vasquez, it's clinched themselves a podium spot. The question is, where at on the podium? Down to 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag. There they go, and it's Camden Vasquez in the middle. But Brian Palmquist pulls away on the outside, taking the advantage. It's a good start. All boats are legal. All boats are legal. Palmquist on the outside. Tyler Keller on the inside. Palmquist starts pulling away here on the first lap. Palmquist leading the charge. Tyler Keller sits in second. As they turn into turn number 2, comes out of it Brian Palmquist looking for a clean sweep and his 3rd first place finish. Breaks down the front straightaway. Keller sits comfortably in 2nd. Vasquez sits comfortably in 3rd. Coming out of turn number 1 and down the backstretch. All 3 of these boats equally distanced from one another. With a 700 hydro, get in the water and strapped in. 700 water. Hydro in the water, strapped in. Halfway done, 2 laps down, 2 laps to go, and it's still Brian Palmquist on that outside. Keller in 2nd, Vasquez back in 3rd. Palmquist still leading the charge on that back straightaway. Ed's at it, turn 2, looking for the white flag. Palmquist just zooming around the course. Keller sits in 2nd. Vasquez back in 3rd. If everything stays this way, that'll be how the podium aligns. Brian Palmquist, who won the first 2 heats, has a nice lead here in the 3rd. Brian Palmquist rounds 3rd, headed for home looking for gold, Brian Palmquist, 2026 125 Hydro National Champion. A clean sweep for Brian Palmquist. 3 first-place finishes. Tyler Keller will cross in second. That should earn himself second on the podium. And Camden Vasquez will come across, should land him third on the podium. This heads into the final heat of the 700 Hydro, then the final heat of our second set. Once again, all safety and judge personnel for the third flight to the seawall immediately. Third flight, judge and safety personnel to the seawall immediately.
Again, all of those involved with the Frank Solari Memorial Scholarship Fund scholarship presentations, it will be presented at the end of this heat. So if you are involved, recipient, family member, please report to the PA booth now so we can get organized. Again, all those recipients, all those in the family involved in the Frank Solario Memorial Scholarship Fund, please report to the PA booth immediately. Thank you.
$30 to the 3 for the 700 Hydro. 30 to the 3 for the 700 Hydro. Final heat for the second flight. In the 700 Hydro, Ray Bradford. Consistency is key. He hasn't won a heat, but he's finished second twice, and he's been the only boat that's been able to finish 2 heats. So he's got 600 points. He's on the leaderboard in first place, looking to go 2 for 2 in capsule boat racing so far. Ike Yoder and Doug Hall both won a heat, but they both did not finish a heat. They're tied for second with 400. Nick Thurlby back in fourth with 225. Nick Thurlby, the first one out there. He's in the black, M447, and the M46, the black and green, that's Ray Bradford. Third boat fired up. It's your leader, it's Ike Yoder. Currently tied for second in the red and black H4. He's tied with the red and yellow, Doug Hall, and boat number 51. If you look along the shoreline, it's Cooper Thompson getting towed in. Had some issues in that 125 Hydro. 5 seconds until the 1 minute gun. There's the 1 minute gun. White flag high in the sky. All 4 capsule boats out there ready to run. Looks like Nick Thurlby having some issues down that back. We're into turn number 1. Trying to kick it back into gear. And Thurlby looks like he'll take a turn into the middle of the course. He won't be able to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, and it's Ray Bradford who's out in front. Bradford leading the way. Ike Yoder had issues right at the start. It's just Bradford and Hall. Bradford on the outside, Hall on the inside. Look at the gear that Doug Hall just found. Into turn number 2. Side by side are Ray Bradford and Doug Hall. All boats are legal. Good start. All boats are legal. Takes a turn into turn number 1. As long as both these boats finish, Ray Bradford will be your champion. Doug Hall will have second. Yoder would finish third. Doug Hall leading the way. Comes out at turn 2. He's got Bradford to his inside. And Doug Hall, look at him, open it up on the open water. Doug Hall coming out at turn 1 when Bradford enters into it. Bradford, knowing the situation, all he has to do is finish. Doug Hall, a half a straightaway lead. Coming around turn 2, he'll look for the white flag, and he's got it. Doug Hall down that back stretch. Doug Hall rounds third, heads for home. Doug Hall will clinch second place on the podium. And your victor, who has now gone 2 for 2 this weekend in capsule boat racing, Raymond Bradford. Your 2026 700 Hydro National Champion. The only boat to finish all 3 heats in the 700 Hydro. And he will be at the top of the podium. That'll conclude things for our second flight. In our third and final set, we'll have the 250 Hydro, the 350 Runabout, the K Pro Runabout, and the 1100 Hydro. Can we please get all safety and judge personnel to the seawall at this time? No dilly-dallying around. Get to the seawall at this time. Our turn judges are Joe Perez, Daniel Corby, David Everhart, and Andrew Thurlby. Our flagger Tyler Keller, towboat Luke Bosker, towboat Joel Vasquez. Once again, will those names get to the seawall? No dilly-dallying around, as we'd like to make this transition smooth, clean, and quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to draw your attention, please, to the back of the PA booth. Mrs. Frank Solario is going to explain a little bit about the Frank Solario Memorial Scholarship Fund. And we're really pleasured today and pleased that all 4 of this year's recipients are here, and they'll introduce themselves to the crowd here, and they'll tell you what they plan to study in college. Mrs. Solario.
Thank you.
No, it's on.
Thanks, everybody, for coming. Those of you who support the Frank Solario Junior Memorial Scholarship Fund, thank you very much for doing that for the past 16 years. The scholarship fund is solely funded by the proceeds from the Frank Solario Memorial Golf Outing. This year, August 15th at Spring Creek and Spring Valley. Please join us at 8 a.m. Price is low for a golf outing. We haven't increased the price in a decade, probably. We have to be brief. I want to be cognizant of that, but I also want to make sure that we thank the family. Rita Solario, our sister-in-law, who coordinates all of the scholarship applications and notifies the winners. Our son Trey Solario, our son Drew Solario. Season is not able to make it this year, but she and her family will be there for the golf outing. Our oldest granddaughter, Staley, is here. My husband, Larry Werner, does all the raffle prizes for the golf outing, so it's really a Solario family affair. So thank you again for your support, and congratulations to these students. This year, we were able to give out $7,000 in scholarship just based on the proceeds from the golf outing. So this year, we have Sarah Aguirre. Sarah, we're just going to have the students, scholarship recipients, pronounce their names correctly, obviously, and say where they're going to school and what they're going to study.
Hi, my name is Sarah Belen Aguirre. I'm going to be a student at IVCC this year, and I'm going to study nursing.
Congratulations.
Hi, I'm Vivian Lopez, and I will be going to the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign for business.
Congratulations.
Hi, my name is Fernando Morales, and I'm going to be attending MTI in East Peoria for welding.
Congratulations. We're happy to see that we have graduates who are going into the trades as well. Congratulations, Fernando. You're the first scholarship recipient in the trades, so that's wonderful.
Hi, my name is Ivy Tyson, and I'm going to be going to IVCC to study in early childhood education.
Congratulations. Thank you. Anything else you want to say?
These were the other, if you want to announce.
So the other 3 scholarship recipients were not able to make it today. Obviously, we had to delay the presentation to today because of the weather yesterday. But Kaylee Marley Paz, Karina Giron, and Miranda Torres are also scholarship recipients this year. So keep on supporting the golf outing, and we can continue to provide scholarships to students from DePue. Congratulations to all. Thank you.
Thank you again, and how about a nice round of a hand for our student scholars to be high school, and in 4 years, we'll see them back here with their college degrees. Thank you very much, people. Thank you, and good job, and congratulations. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind everybody that these 50-50 girls in pink shirts, you can't miss them. They're going through the crowd. Should be a nice, handsome 50-50 payout with all the money. And yesterday was $1,350, and Friday it was $900. I wouldn't surprise me if it more than doubles from yesterday for this year. 50 girls going through the crowd, and then they can be found at the table right inside the small beer garden on the east side of the park. Don't forget the food stands along Lake Street, the DePue Men's Club's food stands, plenty of choices to fill your appetites. And the souvenir hats and t-shirts. These are the official souvenir t-shirts of the boat races. And as we all know, that they're very, very popular items. And considering that this is the 250th year of the United States, maybe a nice commemorative to get your souvenir hat and t-shirts from the DePue Men's Club. They also have other items available, different styles of shirts. Of course, the very popular baseball caps, and some, even for you older hippie stage people, some tie-dyes.
Final results for the second flight. AX runabout, second place, Carson Feerick. Your North American champion for the AX runabout, Race Bosnick. Final results for the 1100 runabout. Third place, Andy Kurtz and Camden Vasquez. Second place, Mitchell Sampson and Emerson Vasquez. And your national champion, Austin Vanover and Antonio Williams. Attention in the pits. We need a volunteer for a turn judge. We need that immediately so we can get this show on the road. Volunteer for a turn judge. Final results for the 125 Hydro. Third place, Camden Vasquez. Second place, Tyler Keller. And your national champion for the 125 Hydro, Brian Palmquist. Final results for the 700 Hydro. Third place, Ike Yoder. Second place, Doug Hall. And your national champion for the 700 Hydro, Ray Bradford. Third flight personnel to the water. Third flight personnel to the water. Attention to the pits. We need a volunteer immediately for a turn judge. We need a volunteer immediately for a turn judge. Please visit the Bosnick trailer. If we do not find one, if we do not have one volunteer, we will find one either way. Joseph Perez, please report to the Bosnick trailer. Joseph Perez, please report to the Bosnick trailer. 250 hydros in the water. 250 hydros in the water. 250 hydros to the water. .250 hydros in the water. 250 hydros in the water. .30 to the 3 for the 250 hydro. 30 to the 3 for the 250 hydro. We have reached our final flight of the weekend. We will have 4 more classes left to crown a national champion. 12 more heats of racing. We will start with the 250 hydro, the 350 runabout, the K Pro runabout, and the 1100 hydro, all coming your way in this third and final set on this Sunday. The 250 hydro, similar boats to what we've seen this weekend. An F-66 from Lebanon, Tennessee. We'll see Chris Helston We're see Pete Nightall in boat number 6 from Bristol, Wisconsin. Mike Akerstrom in boat 28 from Westford, Connecticut. John Palmquist in boat 20 from Boca Raton, Florida. Amy Nightall in boat 71 from Minnesota. Curtis Nightall in boat 17 from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Dominic Trollian from Milan, Michigan in boat number 47. 7 boats that'll be entering the water, reaching speeds of about 90 miles an hour. 90 to 95 miles an hour these hydroplanes will run. 350 runabout in the water, 350 runabout in the water. Curtis Nightall in the white boat, number 17, makes his way out. Dominic Trollian is out there, the black and orange, 47. Amy Nightall makes her way out, sister of Curtis. Both Curtis and Amy, sons of Pete Nightall, who has made his way out in boat number 6, the white boat. Michael Akerstrom is out in boat number 8. That's the red boat. John Palmquist, the blue, purple, and white, boat 20. Brother to Brian Palmquist, who we just saw run earlier in the 125. Amy Nightall won the 350 hydro yesterday. She will help to go 2 for 2 with 2 national titles this weekend. White flag is up in the sky. All these boats are out on the water. Only one I don't think got out there was Chris Helston. We have 6 boats out there. .350 runabouts in the water. 350 runabouts in the water. Here they all come, down to 7 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, there they go. Coming up on the outside is Amy Nightall. Curtis Nightall's got the inside as they head into turn number 1. It's a good start, all boats are legal. Good start, all boats are legal. Down the back straightaway they go. And it looks like it's Curtis that might have pulled out in front. Into turn number 2. Akerstrom sits at 3rd. Pete Nightall in 4th. Trollian in 5th. John Palmquist had some problems from the starts, trying to load himself to get back going. And leading the way is boat number 17. That's Curtis Nightall. Amy Nightall in 2nd, Akerstrom in 3rd, Pete Nightall in 4th, Trollian in 5th. Palmquist has been lapped by all. Down the backstretch. Heading into turn number 2, slowing down, spraying rooster tails 20 feet up in the air. Turns out of it. Here comes Curtis Nightall on to lap number 3. John Palmquist on lap 1 got himself finally going. Dominic Trollian having some issues as well. Both Trollian and Palmquist both loaded up, and they've had some issues. They're both back to running. Takes a turn. Here comes Curtis Nightall with the white flag. Curtis Nightall with a massive lead over his sister Amy. Comes out of Turn 1 down the backstretch. Curtis into turn 2, comes out of it. Looking for the checkered flag. And Curtis Neidl, a first place finish. His sister Amy will come in second for 300. Here comes a battle for third and fourth between Pete Neidl and Akerstrom. And it looks like Akerstrom got the advantage. Mike Akerstrom, a third place finish. Pete Neidl, a fourth place finish. Dominic Trollian, a fifth place finish. And John Palmquist finishes in sixth for 95. Assuming he can make this final turn. He's got one more lap to go. .350 runabouts in the water. .350 runabouts in the water. .30 to the 3 for the .350 runabout. 30 to the 3 for the .350 runabout. 30 to the 3 for the .350 runabout. K Pro runabouts in the water. K Pro runabouts to the water. Green flag. Here come these .350 runabouts. 7 boats going to be heading out onto the water. In G64 from East Bethel, Minnesota, we see Nick Watalka. In X50 from Ollie, Iowa, Mike Greer. Jackson Hall from DeKalb, Missouri in boat 51. Brandon Payne in X21 from Center Point, Iowa. Brandon Payne, who was a victor and a national champion yesterday in the 250 class. Paul Bosnick from DePue, Illinois, a hometown kid in the blue and orange, boat 23. Andrew Thurlby in the M44 from Traverse City, Michigan. And Rich Ellison from Green Bay, Wisconsin in boat 11. Coming from Green Bay, Wisconsin, they all enter the water. Paul Bosnick, the DePue native, your reigning national champion in this class from a year ago. He had some problems yesterday running in the 250. We'll see if he has better fortune in the 350. Andrew Thurlby, always a high-powered name. Same with Mike Greer. Jackson Hall, and of course, Brandon Payne, who won the 250 yesterday, will look to double up on titles. Inside a minute. K-Pro runabout to the water. K-Pro runabout to the water. Looks like one of the boats went down on the backstretch. Blue and yellow flag displayed, signaling caution on the course. All the other 6 boats lining up, and Mike Greer having some issues as well heading into that second turn. Mike Greer trying to get himself back on plane as we're down to 10 seconds. Racing towards the start. 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag. Mike Greer, who got himself back on plane, has the inside advantage. Paul Bosnick on the outside. Coming up quickly, Jackson Hall back at third, Nick Wataka in fourth. It was Brandon Payne who's that on the backstretch. It's a good start. All boats are legal. All boats are legal. As here they come racing for lap number 2, and it's Mike Greer who is increasing his lead. Rich Ellison sits in second. Paul Bosnick back in third. Jackson Hall sits in fourth. Plant, pivot, and go down the backstretch. Rich Ellison finding another gear, gaining ground on Mike Greer. Greer has the outside advantage. He can maintain speed. Mike Greer, there he goes. Down the front straightaway onto lap number 3, increasing his lead. Ellison in second. Jackson Hall moves into third. Paul Bosnick back in fourth. Bosnick coming up quickly on Jackson Hall. Mike Greer coming out of turn number 2. Battle for second and third between Paul Bosnick and Jackson Hall. Looks like Rich Ellison had some issues on that back straightaway. Goes down in turn number 2, loaded it up, still trying to get himself running. Battle for second and third between Jackson Hall and Paul Bosnick. Jackson Hall on the inside, Paul Bosnick on the outside. Side by side, there they go down the backstretch. Paul Bosnick jumps into second. Mike Greer rounds third, heads for home. Checkered flag is waved. Mike Greer, a first place finish. Here comes the photo finish between Jackson Hall and Paul Bosnick, side by side, racing towards it. And it looks like Jackson Hall might have had the advantage and pulls it out. Paul Bosnick at third. Andrew Thurlby crossing in fourth. Rounding us out, Nick Wataka. K-Pro Runabout should be in the water. K-Pro Runabout should be in the water. Mike Creer got first, followed by Jackson Hall, and then Paul Bosnick in third. Third will be in fourth. Watauga in fifth. Heat 1 done for the 350 runabouts. K-Pro Runabout should be in the water. With that being said, I'll turn it back over to Ray Rada.
Thank you, Jackson. And thanks to my Holy Puckets crew. Came down for a picture. Appreciate that very much. All right, in the K-Pro Runabout class, Jonathan Perez from Spring Valley, Illinois. He'll be in the boat number 7. Again, that's the tribute to Mason. I got a chance to meet Mason just a little bit ago, the young man with the heart transplant. What a great story as they honor Mason with that boat and a big heart on the boat. Ray Bosnick out of Williamsfield, Illinois, will be in the 75V. Of course, Race took the AX championship in the North American. And then Carson Ferrick from Hessel, Michigan in the 19M. He'll be out trying to go triple header for another championship here this weekend at DePue. Well, fans, have you had a good time? How about it? How about a round of applause for the DePue Men's Club? Great job that they've done over the years in putting this together. Don't forget those caps and T-shirts up there underneath the shelter. I understand there's only 150 hamburgers. I'm sure a few less than that. I just couldn't get away. I was trying. I'd take the 100. But anyway, a lot of good food vendors along the street, so please participate and help the men's club to defray. The 50-50 drawing is still going on, so lots of things yet to do. As we get ready to wind down the 2026 APBA U.S. Title Series National Championship. So we've got K-Pro Runabout, and then we're going to come with 1100 Hydro, and then we'll go back to the 250 Hydro and run through each class a second time, and then the third and final heat for each of them, and that'll close the books on this championship weekend. Still 10 heats of racing for you, so still lots to go. It's getting a little breezy, guys. Make sure your drivers are aware. As you're coming through that bottom corner, you're going to have the wind in your face as you come through the bottom corner. A pretty good stiff breeze blowing right now. $30 to the 3, guys. 30 to the 3 for heat number 1 of K Runabout. The K Pros, again, these are youngsters getting a chance to put a show on the water. With Carson Ferrick out of Michigan, Ray Bosnick and Joseph Perez, both from Illinois. 700 hydro to the, 1100. 1100 hydro to the water. Get strapped in, guys. Get ready to go. There it is. The green flag is on the course. Carson Ferrick headed to that first turn, along with Ray Bosnick and Jonathan Perez. Both of them now got their boats over on the plane. So we'll see what a national championship looks like after the first heat. Ferrick won the AX hydro category, and the AX runabout went to Ray Spoznik. The K hydro went to Carson Ferrick. So he's trying to do a triple header. You can see that black boat, the last boat as it crosses over, that has the big heart on it, which gives the tribute to Mason. As Michael Ellison just going by. Michael out of Wisconsin. We wish his brother Kevin all the best after the big flip that he had yesterday. Michael! Mike! All right, the 1 minute gun has been fired. They'll circle over to the backstretch and get ready to come around. Again, they have to have all the buoys on their left. They can't cut across the middle of the course to join up. As each of them now kind of checking out where they need to be as they'll come up for that start. About 15 seconds to go. They're a little early. But again, these motors can slow down pretty good without having to worry about loading them up on excess fuel. All right, here they come up for the start. Ferrick is on the inside. Ray Spoznik in the middle. And Jonathan Perez on the outside. All boats are legal. Good start. Ray Spoznik now on the outside trying to grab on to that rooster tail of Carson Ferrick. Settling in now as Carson goes down the backstretch. Race in that second spot and Jonathan in third. Now this one will have 3 heats of racing versus the North American Championship where Race and Carson both tied in points, and Race by 1 second took less time to cover the 2 heats of racing than what Carson did, and that gave the championship to Race. So with 3 heats of racing, wherever they finish in this first heat, there's 2 more to go to try to make up that point distance. As Carson Ferrick down that front straightaway and into the first turn. Mason's boat with Jonathan Perez at the wheel in that third spot. Carson beginning to stretch a little bit of the lead. Race is going to want to make sure he stays up on top of them just in case they tied on points. In the past, I've seen a 1-2-3 finish for 2 different guys over 3 heats of racing and get tied up. And it's really critical that they run as fast as they can all 3 heats to take as little time as they can. But Carson beginning to stretch that lead now on him. Carson earlier this year in a race ended up with a broken arm, but he got back in that boat, and he's done a heck of a job as Carson Fierick out front. Coming through the bottom corner. Going to be looking for that checkered flag at the end of the third lap. And your winner, Carson Fierick, out of Hessler, Michigan. The second spot goes to Ray Spoznick out of Williamsfield, Illinois. And Jonathan Perez will be coming along for that third spot out of Spring Valley. All right, we're going to turn this over to Mike Brown.
Well, thank you, Ray Rada. And we got our first update on the 50-50 pot. Not quite $2,000, but it's a nice $1,800 right now. Tickets will be sold until the end of the races down at the Little Beer Garden east in the park. Right now, take-home pay stands at $1,800.
$1,100 hydro should be in the water, ready to go. 1,100 hydro in the water.
Just as a reminder, the small beer tent at the end of the east end of the park, they do have the 50-50 tickets there for sale. Make sure you pick them up and make sure that you get your 50-50 tickets too. They'll be selling up to the end of the race.
$30 to the 3 for the 1,100 hydro. $30 to the 3 for the 1,100 hydro. These 1,100 hydros coming out, they are the highest form of hydroplane racing that we will see this weekend. Just like the 500 and 700 hydroplanes, they are encapsulated as well. And we will also see the same 4 boats and the same 4 drivers. Ray Bradford has gone 2 for 2. Winning the 500 hydro on Friday and winning the 700 hydro in just the last heat or flight. So Ray Bradford will have himself an opportunity to go for the clean sweep in capsule boat racing. He's the first one out there in M46 from Interlochen, Michigan. I'd have to imagine, though, this go-around he's going to have a little bit more stiff competition. Doug Hall, again, we've mentioned he's dominated capsule boat racing right here on Lake DePue for so many years. He had some issues in the 500 hydro, and he had one heat where he struggled. It was the first heat of the 700 hydro. And because of that, he came out with back-to-back first-place finishes, but Ray Bradford was the only capsule boat to finish all 3 heats in that 700 hydro. Ike Yoder put up a good fight, but he had some issues as well. He's the next one out there in the red, black, and yellow H4. Doug Hall in the red and yellow 51 is out. Let's get the 250 hydros back in the water. 250 hydros back in the water. 250s in the water. Just 15 seconds to the 1-minute gun. Still waiting. Nicholas Thurlby at M447. There's the white flag, the 1-minute gun. Nick Thurlby did not get out there. There's only 3. Lining up down the backstretch. 250 hydros should be in the water. There they all head into turn number 2. These boats will be eclipsing about 125 miles per hour. Here they come around. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's Bradford who jumps out to the early lead. Into turn number 1 they go. It's Hall on the inside, Yoder on the outside. There goes Raymond Bradford, spinning it up the back straightaway. These boats will hit 125 out on the open water. And you can see it here as Doug Hall approaches up on the outside. Bradford takes the inside lane. Here they come right back down that front straightaway. Yoder and Hall battle it out for second and third. Ike Yoder having some issues, and Yoder looks like he heads down in that first turn. Yoder trying to coast himself off the course. It's down to just a 1v1. It's a good start. All boats aren't legal. All boats aren't legal as Bradford heads into lap number 3. Look at him go. Doug Hall gaining ground. They spin into turn number 1. Bradford down the back straightaway. Hall has the speed. Here comes Hall, and Hall overtakes the lead. Doug Hall just found a gear that Ray Bradford could not match. They have one more lap to go. Bradford does have the inside advantage, but Doug Hall could just say, "See you later." Doug Hall takes the inside. Hall comes out of it, opens it up down that back straightaway. Bradford trying to play catch up. Look at Doug Hall go. See you later. Rounding third, heading for home. The comeback of Doug Hall and a first place finish. How about that? Bradford in second. Hall in first. Yoder did not finish. Thurlby never made it out. 250 Hydro should be in the water, ready to go. These 250 Hydros should be in the water, ready to head back out. Last time out there, we saw Curtis Neidl on the white 17 out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, take first place for 400. His sister, Amy Neidl, came across in the white and blue 71 from Minnesota for second and 300. Mike Akerstrom came across in third in the red boat 8 for 225. Pete Neidl came across in fourth in the white, purple, and blue boat 6 for 169. We then saw Dominic Trollian in the black and orange 47 from Milan, Michigan, crossing fifth for 127. Rounding us out for 95 was John Palmquist in the white, pink, and blue boat 20 coming from Boca Raton, Florida. No points went to Chris Elston as he did not make it out the first time out. We'll see if that changes in the F-66 from Lebanon, Tennessee. Second heat of the third flight coming up for the 250 Hydro. 350 runabout should be headed to the water.
Last race anymore, huh?
30 to the 3 for the 250 Hydro. 30 to the 3 for the 250 Hydro. Here come these 250 Hydros as they are on the clock and ready to head back out. Let's get those 350 runabouts back in the water. 350 runabouts back to the water. First one out there in the black and orange, 47, is Dominic Trollian, who's stirring it up on the back straightaway. .350 runabouts in the water, 350 runabouts in the water. Dominic Trollian still the only one out there as we are 1 minute away from the 1 minute gun. Curtis Neidl makes his way out in the white boat 17, followed by his sister in the white boat 71. Their father, Pete Neidl, will make his way out in the white boat 6. The red 8, Michael Akerstrom. John Palmquist, the blue, pink, and white boat 20. Inside a minute. 25 seconds until the green flag. They all line up down that backstretch. Heading into turn 2. Down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag. And on the outside, it's Amy Neidl who takes the advantage. Curtis Neidl's got the inside. Palmquist sits at third, Akerstrom in fourth, followed by Trollian and Pete Neidl. It's brother and sister battling it out down the back straightaway. Curtis and Amy. Amy on the outside, Curtis on the inside. Side by side as they fly down the backstretch. Slows down, Rooster Tail's way up in the air. Bumpy ride for Curtis. He stabilizes. Here they come, looking for lap 2. Still neck and neck between Amy and Curtis. It looks like Curtis has the lead, and Amy Neidl having some issues on that front straightaway. Amy Neidl goes down on the front straightaway. It is a good start. All boats are legal. Amy Neidl stuck it. She'll powder herself off the course. She tried staying pace with her brother Curtis, but could not. And Curtis is racing absolutely no one right now. Akerstrom in second, Palmquist at third, Pete Neidl in fourth. Trollian back in fifth. White flag is waved for Curtis. Curtis spins and heads down the backstretch. Almost a full straightaway lead for Curtis Neidl. Curtis Neidl rounding third, heading for home. Back-to-back first place finishes for Curtis. Long pause before Akerstrom comes across in second. Here comes Palmquist. Palmquist in third. Pete Neidl in fourth once again. 350 runabouts should be in the water. 350 runabouts in the water. Here comes Dominic Trollian. He'll round us out for fifth. That'll put a really tight race for the third and final heat for these 250 hydros later on. Curtis Neidl with back-to-back first-place finishes sits with 800. Akerstrom sits comfortably in second for 525, but then how about this? The rest of the racers currently in third. You have Pete Neidl. Or actually, excuse me, yes, Pete Neidl in third with 338. John Palmquist has 320. Amy Neidall has 300. And Dominic Trollian has 254. So that is less than 100 points separating third place on the podium to sixth. So that'll be a big race coming up for the final heat of the 250 Hydro. Curtis sitting comfortably on top. A finish would do him wonders and should get him a national title. Akerstrom again, safe for now. 30 to the 3 for the 350 runabout. 30 to the 3 for the 350 runabouts. Last time out, Mike Creer carried the class. He had 400 points for a first place finish. Jackson Hall came across in second for 300. He battled it out with Paul Bosnick, who came across for third for 225. Thurlby in fourth for 169. Watauga in fifth for 127. Did not finish Brandon Payne or Rich Ellison. Green flag. These 350 runabouts, they're on the clock. K-Pro runabouts to the water. K-Pro runabouts to the water. First one out in the orange X50. That's Mike Creer. The blue and orange 23, Paul Bosnick. The white G64, Nick Watauga. Red and yellow 51, Jackson Hall. Brown and black M44, Andrew Thurlby. There's the 1 minute gun. Once again, K-Pro runabout in the water. Down to 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, green flag. Jackson Hall on the inside. Andrew Thurlby sandwiched in the middle between him and Bosnick. Spins out at turn number 1. It's a good start. All boats are legal. All boats are legal. Jackson Hall ripping it down the backstretch. Thurlby and Bosnick right there with them. Watauga in 4th. Mike Creer sits back at 5th. He was about that won it in the last heat. Down the front straightaway we go. Jackson Hall leads it. Bosnick in second. Thurlby in third. Greer in fourth. Watauka in fifth. Down the front straightaway. Jackson Hall leading. Heads into turn number 2. Jackson Hall comes out of it. Down that front straightaway. Jackson Hall leading the way. Paul Bosnick chasing him behind. Jackson Hall continuing to lead charge. Rounding third, heading for home. Jackson Hall, checkered flag and a first place finish. Bosnick across next. Battle for third and fourth. Looks like Mike Greer had the advantage for third. Thurlby in fourth. Watauka in fifth. Well, folks, we have an announcement to make for the 350 runabout. Announcement to make. Boat 23, Paul Bosnick, DQ'd for a chop in turn 2. Paul Bosnick, boat 23, DQ'd for a chop in turn 2.
Really getting low. Really getting low.
K Pro should be in the water or throw it back to Ray Rada.
Well, Jackson Hall being towed in. Jackson, as he came across that start-finish line, you saw that big plume of water come up from the backside of the motor, and what happened there was the piston inside the engine stuck to the case, and what happens then is that thing just stops the propeller at that particular moment, and it's plowing through the water. And the exact same thing happened with Amy as she was coming down the straightaway. Amy on the outside That motor just seized up on her, and you could see that plume of water come up really quickly. All right, we get ready to run the second heat of K-Pro with Carson Fierick out of Hessel, Michigan was your winner. 30-3, guys. 30-3. 1100s, get them in the water. 1100s in the water, please. Ray Spozniak out of Williamsfield, Illinois will be in the 75V. And Jonathan Perez from Spring Valley, he'll be in boat 7. So Carson put that first heat to bed, followed by Ray Spozniak, and then Jonathan for the third spot. All right, there it is, guys. Your 3-minute gun has been fired. There's Jonathan Perez going out. Ray Spozniak out on the water as well. Waiting on Carson Fierick now. There he goes. All right, 1100s, get them in the water. Be strapped in, guys. 1100 hydro, get them ready to go. All right, the 1-minute gun's been fired as we get ready for heat number 2 of our K-Pro. Again, these are youngsters from 9 years of age up until the day before their 17th birthday. But I can promise you, they're not much interested in K-Pro at that point. They want to go fast. But it's fast to a 9-year-old, let me tell you. Abby Bosnick. Abby, if you'd come to the PA booth, please. Abby Bosnick to the PA booth, please. All right, here they come out of the bottom corner, ready to go. Fierick in the middle, leading them up. Ray Spozniak on the inside. Jonathan Perez outside. All boats are legal. As Race on the inside, trying to cut onto the inside and grab that lead. Fierick right alongside of him, though, as they go down the backstretch. Well, we've seen some great racing side by side all weekend, and why should we not expect it here with our K-Pros? Look at this. Fierick outside, Race on the inside. Race driving a boat built by Jerry Davids on the inside as he comes through the corner. Beautiful turn by Race as he hugged the buoy coming around that corner. Ferrick now comes up on the outside. Looks like Ferrick might have just a bit of speed over Race, but Race able to hold him off in the corners. You can see Race gets ahead of him, but then Ferrick, as he gets down that straightaway, just enough speed to kind of get up close to him, but Race able to hold him off down that backstretch. Boy, this will be a Lulu if Race can hold on to that position. He and Ferrick will be tied once again. Not only did they do it in the North American, now we're going to have it here. And Grandpa Paul is kind of dancing inside that head. Race now up front straightaway with one more lap to go. Ferrick on his outside hip, but Race has that prize position on the inside. Don't open the door. As Race now gets ready to go down that backstretch. Jonathan Perez in that third spot. As Race now racing toward that checkered flag to put 400 points. That'll tie him up with Ferrick at 700 points apiece. What a Donnybrook that third and final heat will come. All right, just the bottom corner to come through. As Race hanging on to that lead will take the checkered flag here shortly. Race Bosnick, your winner. Carson Ferrick for second. And Jonathan Perez will be coming through for the third spot. 1100 Hydro, you need to be in the boat, ready to go. Please. We're going to take him down. We'll bring him to you at the ramp. They're going to range him down to you. Mayday at the ramp. Please stay away from the ramp, please. Please stay away from the ramp. We're going to bring you in the Ranger. Come down to the bottom of the ramp, please. Come down to the bottom of the ramp, EMTs. They'll meet you with the Ranger. Please give them room. Back away, please, down in the pit area. The Ranger is coming with the EMTs. Please move away. Let the EMTs get to him. Again, please move away. Come on, back up. Back up, everybody away. It sounded like the throttle may have stuck open on him as he came in from the water, from the race course, and ended up coming up onto the beach. So let them work with Carson so that we can get him the treatment that he needs. We'd ask you to give them room and please back away from the fence. Come on, pit area, back away. Let them work with him. Come on, guys.
Attention all spectators. Attention all spectators. We have received word that everyone is okay. A freak accident. The throttle got stuck, and fortunately, everybody is okay. So just hang tight for a few moments. Once Black Diamond starts working their way back out in the water, we're going to come out with the 1100 hydros. So 1100 hydros, start getting ready, and you will be heading out pretty shortly. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Andy Kurtz. Andy Kurtz in the pits. Please radio scoop. Please radio scoop on channel 2. Andy Kurtz, please radio scoop on channel 2. 1100 hydros in the water. Get strapping in. Black Diamond has returned. Everybody is okay. And 1100 hydros in the water for your second heat. $1,100 hydros should be getting strapped in. 1,100 hydros in the water, getting strapped in. 1,100 hydros in the water, getting strapped in. 1,100 hydros in the water. $1,100 hydros should be in the water. 30 to the 3. 30 to the 3 for the 1,100 hydro. 30 to the 3 for the 1,100 hydro. Last time out there, Doug Hall with a first place finish for 400 points. Ray Bradford came in second for 300. Thurlby didn't make it out there at all, and Ike Yoder did not finish. We've received word that Ike Yoder in H4 will not be coming out, and neither will Nick Thurlby. We will just have a head-to-head matchup between Doug Hall and Ray Bradford. The green flag is waving, and these 1,100 hydros are on the clock. Ray Bradford, the first one out there. He's won the 500 and 700 hydros. He is looking for the clean sweep in capsule boat racing for the 2026 National Championships. $250 hydros in the water. $250 hydros to the water. All volunteers who are involved in teardown, please start reporting to your position. We only have 5 more heats of racing today. So please start heading to your positions so that way we can tear down the course quick. And everyone keep in mind, awards will be held 30 minutes after racing concludes. 30 minutes after racing concludes, we will have awards at the PA booth. Inside a minute. Doug Hall and Ray Bradford. Ray Bradford needing a first place finish if he wants to have a chance heading into the final heat to control his own destiny. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Green flag. Ray Bradford out in front. 1v1 between Bradford and Hall. Hall's got the inside lane. Bradford's on the outside. Spins around turn number 1, opens it up down the back straightaway, and there goes Doug Hall, who starts pulling away. Look at Doug Hall go. It's a good start. All boats are legal. Doug Hall found a gear, heads down the back straightaway into turn number 2, comes out of it, and look at these capsule boats hitting 120 on the water. Hall in first, Bradford in second. It's out of turn number 2. Doug Hall controlling the advantage. Bradford in second. Doug Hall opens it up down the back straightaway. Half a straightaway lead over Ray Bradford. White flag waving, final lap. Doug Hall out of turn number 1. Doug Hall spins round turn 2, rounds third, heads home. Doug Hall back-to-back first place finishes. Ray Bradford back-to-back second place finishes. Once again, 250 hydros should be in the water. 250 hydros in the water. The 250 hydros should be in the water. Ready to go. Gonna be a fun final heat. Third place up for grabs. Curtis Neidall leads it with 800 points. Followed by Michael Akerstrom with 525. Then you have 4 boats separated by less than 100 points. 30 to the 3 for the 250 hydro. 30 to the 3 for 250 hydro. Pete Neidall currently in third with 338. John Palmquist currently in fourth with 320. Amy Neidall in fifth for 300. Dominic Trollian in sixth with 254. Third place is up for grabs. There's the 3-minute gun. These 250 hydros, they are on the clock. First one out there in the black and orange, 47, is Dominic Trollian. Let's get the 350 runabouts to the water. 350 runabouts to the water. Curtis Neidall out there in the white 17. Followed closely 6. And it looks like Curtis Neidall's got himself back online. Down to 10 seconds. They're all lined up. Curtis Neidall again in the back having some issues. In the meantime, green flag and jumping out in front goes Amy Neidall. Dominic Trollian sits in second. Akerstrom at third. Palmquist at fourth. Pete Neidall back at fifth. And the leader, Curtis Neidall, is not going to be able to start. We have a red flag on the water. Red flag on the water. Palmquist went down as well. We had a red flag on the course. It's going to be a fuel and go for the 250 Hydro. Fuel and go for the 250 Hydro. One of the boats that went down was in a bad position on the course. Hence the red flag. The red flag will go against John Palmquist. He was the culprit for the stoppage of the heat. He'll be ineligible to come out and race in the rerun of the 250. What that does, though, is it gives brand new life to Curtis Neidall, who couldn't start. Curtis Neidall will get towed in, and if he can figure it out to get back out there, he will get another chance to race for a title. .350 runabouts in the water. .350 runabouts. You are going to be going up next before the 250s head back out. .350 runabouts in the water. 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 30 to the 3 for the 350 runabout. 30 to the 3 for the 350 runabout. K Pros will be up next. K Pros to the water. K Pros to the water. These 350 runabouts will be heading out on the water. If you remember last time these 350 runabouts were out on the water, there was a disqualification. 23 Paul Bosnick was DQ'd for a chop. He went to the driver's reps and appealed it, and he ended up winning his appeal. Paul Bosnick was reinstated, and these are the updated standings as we head into the final heat. First place, Jackson Hall, is out there in the red and yellow, 51 with 700 points. Mike Creer is out there in the all-orange with 625, sitting in second. Paul Bosnick with 525 sits in third. The blue and orange boat, Nick Wataka in the white. He's at 330, or excuse me, Andrew Thurlby's at 338 in the brown. And Nick Wataka in the white with 254. Coming down on the 1 minute gun, K Pros in the water, K Pros in the water. Comes up. Blue and yellow flag displayed. Caution on the course. That is Andrew Thurlby in the brown M44 who went down. Here they come, ripping it towards lap number 2. Paul Bosnick leading the way. Mike Greer sits in second. Jackson Hall sits in third. As it stands, that's your podium. Mike Greer has passed Jackson Hall. He's back into second place. Comes out of it. Paul Bosnick needing a win if he wants any chance at first place on the podium. Bosnick takes the turn into turn number 1, comes out of it. Battle between Jackson Hall and Mike Greer. Jackson Hall needing a second place finish if he wants to be at the top spot on the podium. That's where he stands right now. Breaks out of it. Here comes Paul Bosnick, Jackson Hall, and Mike Greer. Final lap. Paul Bosnick comes out of it. He can really shake some things up in the point total. Jackson Hall needs at least a second place finish, and that's where he sits. Mike Greer back at third. Here comes Paul Bosnick. Looking for the checkered flag. Side by side with Jackson Hall, Paul Bosnick, first place victory. Hall crosses in second. Greer's crosses in third. And as it stands, as long as my calculations are correct, Jackson Hall will be crowned your title, your national champion with 1,000 points, followed by Paul Bosnick with 900, and then Mike Greer with 850. K-Pros should be on the water, ready for their final heat. We're past the microphone back for the final time this weekend to Ray Rada.
All right, we get ready to go with heat number 3 of the K-Pro.
30 to the 3, 30 to the 3 for K-Pro.
All right, we understand Mason will not be able to run, of course, in this heat. Sorry, not Mason. Jonathan Perez will not be able to run, as this will be the dogfight. They're tied up on points. $1,100 hydro to the water, please. $1,100 hydro to the water. Well, this is what they call a match race. This will be between Race Bosnick out of Williamsfield, Illinois, and Carson Ferrick out of Hessel, Michigan. Whoever finishes out front of the other will take the 2026 K-Pro National Championship home with them. Grandpa Paul going to pace up and down a little bit. What a great family the Bosnick family has been involved in boat racing here forever. Big Pal gave up the race directorship after I think about 25 years. And the new blood taking over. $1,100s, get them in the water. Be strapped in, guys. $1,100 hydro. You're up next. $1,100 hydro. Get them ready, guys. You're going out next. $1,100 hydro. All right, they're on the clock with the white flag being displayed at both ends of the course and at the judges' stand as they get ready to go. Still time to get over there and grab a cap and a T-shirt. to celebrate the 40th year of racing here with the DePue Men's Club as they get ready to finish off another great year of racing here at Lake DePue. All right, here they come for the start. Race Bosnick on the outside. Carson Fierick inside as Race begins to take a lead. He'll cross over now. Catch that pin. As Race now down the backstretch. Carson in behind him. All boats are legal. Good start. Down the backstretch now. Race with the lead. Stretching it out a bit. As he comes through that bottom corner, you can see that wall of water come up as the turning fin kicks in as he comes through the corner. Great young man. I'm telling you, I couldn't believe how tall he's got. I asked him the other day, I said, your feet going to touch the transom? Yep. Race continuing to lead. Fierick has closed him up a little bit. As Race now trying to keep close to that pin. Fierick goes a little bit wide. That'll stretch the lead a bit for Race Bosnick. Down that backstretch now they go. They'll be looking for the white flag with one more lap to go. About a lap and a half yet for Race Bosnick and Carson Fierick. Race through the bottom corner now. He'll be looking up at the judges' stand.
Attention 1100 Hydros, as soon as these K-Pros hit the beach, we're going to call 30 to the 3, so get ready.
Race still hanging on to that lead, but Fierick is starting to move on him a bit. Fierick up the outside. Race going to have to push him out a bit. As Race Bosnick on the outside, holding up the RPM. Carson was able to close up on him in that bottom corner. Race needs to stretch it out a bit to keep him at bay, as Carson doing everything he can to catch him up. Here they come out of the corner now. That bottom turn, all important for Race and for Carson, as they'll come through. As now Race Bosnick with the lead is on. Abby is right there in front of you. As Abby Bosnick cheering him on. Here they come. Race Bosnick, your winner. How about that? So he won the North American Championship, and now he is the K-Pro champion for 2026. Race Bosnick. It's unofficial till they get a look at the motor and things, but Race Bosnick, your winner in that third and final heat. Well, we understand Uncle Mitch has got a checkered flag for him. What a great idea, Mitch. As Race now finishing up and takes that checkered flag both at the judges' stand and from Uncle Mitch.
$30 to the 3 for the 1100 Hydro. $30 to the 3 for the 1100 Hydro. 250 Hydros get in the water. 250 Hydros in the water for your final heat. These 1,100 hydros will be heading out. Doug Hall leading with 800 points. Ray Bradford sits in second with 600. Doug Hall, all he has to do is finish. Doug Hall, a finish will give him a national title. All volunteers and help for teardown, please start heading to the seawall. All volunteers and help for teardown, please start reporting to the seawall immediately. Ray Bradford is the first one out there in M46. .250 hydros in the water. 250 hydros in the water. Doug Hall in the red and yellow has made his way out there. Doug Hall, all he has to do is finish to ink his name in boat racing history. Inside 40 seconds. .250 hydros in the water. Get ready. As soon as these capsules hit shore, you're going out. 250s in the water. There we go. We're off. And it's Ray Bradford who jumps out to the early lead. Doug Hall trying to play catch-up. It's a good start. All boats are legal. Doug Hall knows the situation, knows all he has to do is finish. And he knew that he could not jump the gun. He stayed way back, and if I had to guess, he'll probably stay back from Bradford the entire way, knowing all he has to do is complete 3 more laps. A full straightaway lead for Ray Bradford. Bradford on to lap number 3. 250 hydros in the water and ready. White flag waved. Half a lap lead for Ray Bradford. Doug Hall, all he has to do is complete one more lap. Here comes Bradford. Bradford finishes first. But here comes Doug Hall. Doug Hall with the 2 first-place finishes and a second-place finish. It'll be good enough for him to be crowned your 2026 1100 Hydro National Champion. Doug Hall remains on top for the 1100 Hydro. 250 Hydro should be in the water, ready to go. All boats are eligible to go out except for number 20, John Palmquist. This is the rerun of Heat 3 for the 250 Hydro. The red flag was caused by John Palmquist. These 250 Hydros will be coming out in just a few moments as this marks the final heat of our day. 30 to the 3, 30 to the 3 for the 250 Hydro. 30 to the 3 for the 250 Hydro. We've run 31 heats of racing today. We're down to the final one. We have ran over 50 heats of racing all weekend long. We have crowned more than 20 national champions. We have one more left to crown. Curtis Neidall, your front runner with 800 points after back-to-back first-place finishes. He had some issues last time out there. He's catching new life with the rerun. First one out there, Dominic Trollian, black and orange, 47. He'll be battling it for third. He's got 254 points, battling it for third. Curtis Neidall has made his way back out. He's in the white 17. He's your leader, and he's having some issues down that backstretch. Trying to kick it into gear. Amy Neidall, the white 71, is out. Mike Akerstrom, the red 8 is out. Pete Neidall, the white 6 is out. There's the 1 minute gun inside a minute. Curtis Neidall looks like he has himself running. Not the smoothest receive. Curtis Neidl having issues once again down that back straightaway. That could cost them a top spot on the podium. Here we go. We're down to 10 seconds. Curtis Neidl up and running again. Down to 1. Green flag. And it's Amy Neidl who jumps out to the early advantage. Akerstrom sits to her inside. Turns and burns. There goes Neidl. Amy Neidl down that backstretch. It's a good start. All boats are legal. All boats are legal. Curtis Neidl, the leader, trails in the back. That opens the door for Mike Akerstrom to possibly be crowned a champion. Curtis, if he finishes, he'll stay on top. If he can't finish, it could cost him. But in the meantime, it's Amy Neidl. Neidl all alone. Comes out of turn 2. Amy Neidl leading the way. Mike Akerstrom sits in second. Followed by Dominic Trollian. Pete Neidl sits in 4th. That puts Curtis in 5th. As long as Curtis can finish, he'll be crowned a national champion. As long as Curtis Neidl will finish, he'll be crowned a national champion. I think the most interesting storyline right now is, can Curtis Neidl finish? He's in the back. He's been lapped. Amy Neidl comes across, first place in this heat. That should put her on the podium. Mike Akerstrom will clinch a spot in the podium. Question is, will it be first or second? It all comes down to Curtis Neidl. Curtis Neidl, who will have another lap to go. As long as he can finish, he'll be your national champion. There goes Curtis Neidl. Half a lap to go. Curtis Neidl trying to weather the storm. Rounding 3rd, heading for home. Curtis Neidl looking for gold. And Curtis Neidl, 2026 national champion. Boy, oh boy, what a busy day of racing. From myself, from the referee, from all the race directors, the entire board, and president of the U.S. Title Series, the DePue Men's Club, thank you all for yet another great year here on Lake DePue. We are 40 years in, and we hope to go 40 years more racing on this wonderful lake for the Pro Nationals. A weekend that brought a lot of adversity, a weekend that brought a lot of delays. We were able to get all heats of racing in. Thank you all for being the best boat race fans and the best fans in general in the entire world. Thank you to Clutch Sports Media for producing and broadcasting these races live on YouTube. Thank you for Marquise for adding the Jumbotrons throughout the park, and of course the DePue Men's Club for putting it on. I'm going to hand the microphone back over to Mike Brown. A wonderful, wonderful weekend. Folks, let's get ready for awards at 5:45 at the PA booth. 5:45 at the PA booth. Awards. All tear down, please. Tear down the course. Do what you got to do. And meet us up here at 5:45 for the awards. Thank you.
Again, race fans, on behalf of Ray Rada and Jackson Lightcap, thank you for your attendance. Don't forget, there's still some hats and t-shirts left to get. You can go ahead and get them up at the canal, at the Men's Club's food drive
ceremony. Feel free to purchase a Doug Hall Team Racing shirt. Awards at 5:45. 5:45 awards at the PA booth. Final results for the K-Pro runabouts. Third place, Jonathan Perez. Second place, Carson Freerick. And your national champion, Ray Spoznick. Final results for the 1100 Hydro. Second place, Ray Bradford. Your national champion, Doug Hall. Final results for the 250 Hydro. Third place, Amy Nidall. Second place, Mike Akerstrom. And your national champion, Curtis Nidall. Once again, awards 5:45 at the PA booth. We hope to see you there. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have your tickets for the Illinois Valley Democrats Club, we are going to draw the winners now and see the gentleman up here at the PA booth. Okay.
This is for $1,000.
Okay. Was it Joe Nagel?
Yes.
He's from Ottawa? Is that Joe from Ottawa? I wonder?
Spring.
Okay, the $1,000 winner is Joe Nagel.
And we're going to do $250.
Okay. Okay. Oops. What is that? Carrie Pinner, I think? Or Ken Pinner?
Ken Pinter.
Okay. $250 winner is Ken Pinter.
Or Can. Somebody from Spring Valley.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's good, too. That's good Democratic now. Unlike Princeton. that I used to have to work in for all those years.
We'll do that one.
Okay.
$250.
Okay. Another $250 winner. Hey, Her Honor, Melissa Anovero, $250 winner. The next ones will be $100 winners. Bob Novak, $100 winner.
Oh, wait, no.
Yeah, it's Craven. I think it is Craven. Or
Yeah, Bill Craven.
$100 winner from Spring Valley again, Bill Craven. Rick Uvine, you're a $100 winner. Okay.
Yeah, Ellen Bosnick.
Alan Bosnick from the Democratic Club of the Illinois Valley, $100 winner. He's over in the food stand.
Gotta get that one attached before it blows away on me. And last 100.
Okay. Kathy Ford, a $100 winner. And that concludes the winners of the drawing for the Illinois Valley Democratic Club. Thank you for your support. If you're here, you can go over to the booth and pick up your check.